Hello, 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 and welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy Podcast. My name is Jed. We are exploring the dialectic because that's what we're doing. That's how we're living. That's our life. That's what we do as human beings. We play out a kind of walking dialectic, and our choice is to have an eyelash stuck in my eye for like 2 weeks. Our choice is to be further entrenching ourselves in a dialectical exploration, meditation, identification with a false idea of self. Sneeze. 2 sneezes. Or we reflect on what we do as human beings and discover that we are engaged in thinking, understanding, ideally. And if we are doing something, we could be doing it well or doing it poorly. And to do it well, you have to plan, think, understand, practice. That's what we do here. What is the art of human beings? Turns out to be the dialectic. Why is that? Well, what we're discovering is we have 2 things that makes us fundamentally different from lower dimensional entities like cabbages and caterpillars and cows. We have the ability to reflect upon ourselves, ask ourselves these questions. What am I? What am I supposed to be doing here? What happens when I die? Where do I go? Is there something I should be doing to prepare for that experience? Is there a meaning to all of this? How do I live this life properly? Well, with excellence. How do I remove my problems? All of these questions come from self-reflection that we have. And of course, to answer them, we have to answer them truthfully. We want true answers to the questions because that's what benefits us. Any old grifter, and throw a rock, you will hit a grifter, can tell you, oh, I can give you answers to those questions. Maybe Jesus, maybe Lord Xenu. And all of those answers from people that come in the form of belief all tend to be about manipulating you so that they can meet their personal desires. Get rich, get power over people. That's the realm of belief. Grifters, the griftosphere. Therefore, what we've been discovering is that there are certain groups within our society that are completely defined by belief. Conservatism, religion, and they are entirely grifters. And they don't care for people to the extent that they cause genocides. They murder en masse in the name of my own personal beliefs. Oh no, it's not just mine, it's also God's. My own personal beliefs, oh no, it's just not mine, it's America's. So, mass harm and destruction being inflicted on our society, always in the name of my own personal beliefs, venerated or projected as some principle. Now, that's either done through, and that is done always through belief, because understanding is not to do with belief. Understanding is actually apprehending those universal principles that we are supposed to be applying for our universal benefit. So we can understand the root cause of human problems, belief, as a distortion, a distorted reflection or imitation of understanding. Grifters, just as anyone who claims, well, these grifters that we're talking about, these claims to authorities, capitalist, conservatives, clergy, they pretend to be a knower. That's their desire. Our soul seeks knowing of the good. That's part of having the good. By definition, we all seek the good, and that's one of the things we are tackling today. If we all, by definition, seek our good, how can evil exist? Something defined as seeking our bad. Which is interesting because that's what these grifters use to justify their violence upon others. We need to bomb Iran, we need to genocide Palestine, we need to enslave the working class because they are evil. They're not like me seeking the good. No, they are different. They seek the bad. Therefore, Human problems can't be solved with addressing how they think and believe, because if we seek the good, but we can be tricked through belief to seek a bad thing by believing it's good. Notice you can't understand. If you understand it to be good, then it wouldn't be a grift. It would be actually be good. That's what understanding does. So human problems isn't a matter of addressing humans' education or learning so we can identify the false beliefs we carry, so that we can remove the false beliefs about the good that motivate our bad actions. No, 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 no. That would require learning, helping people, talking to people, learning to communicate with people, learning to communicate in a way that can apprehend truth and remove what's false. Meeting human beings' material conditions, equality, fairness, all of these principles of goodness allow for the learning that solves human problems. Grifters use the idea of evil to say, no, no, that's not how you solve problems. You can only murder them, because they want to murder people, because their false belief of the good is murdering people so you can steal their stuff so I can meet my physical conditions and also feel powerful, imitating the model of knowing from my own parental figures that I still carry from childhood as my false belief. Long sentence, but that's what motivates people. We are learning from this book. That's a fucking banger. Because Socrates said so. Not because Socrates said so, because we are learning to understand, because Socrates is able to communicate these ideas in a structure we call the dialectic that allows us to follow along and see them for ourselves. It's not a matter of belief. So, what are we learning? We're learning understanding be good and belief be bad, in principle. Now, someone might come along and say, well, what about scientific beliefs? That's still a belief. That's not understanding the way that we are understanding it. Understanding the truth of reality, apprehending being, philosophy, true philosophy. Because they only appeal to their physical senses and they imagine theories to explain what they perceive through experiments through their physical senses. And those beliefs come and go. They change. Theories come in and out of style. Some theories, scientific beliefs change with new evidence. Well, technically, some of them may hit on the truth, but the problem with scientific beliefs is, well, we read it earlier in the text. It's based on the principle, I think from Hume or maybe Bacon, who said, we have to torture Mother Nature so she reveals her secrets. That includes human beings. Another issue with that is, we invent nuclear bombs and hand grenades. In other words, scientific understanding without any apprehension of truth and goodness means we invent things that cause destruction. And the activity, torturing Mother Nature so she reveals her secrets, is itself a bad thing. So the method and the results are bad. But we can say, well, okay, there are certain kinds of empirical understanding, like being a mechanic, and we might believe our mechanic, and that's an okay thing. Yes, but that is not belief. It's a trust in understanding. The person that you are believing is your mechanic because they have demonstrated understanding. And it's not that you have to believe him. You could ask him questions and he could explain it. You just don't want to. You could become a mechanic. You just don't. It's not your interest. Another kind of belief that's okay is axiomatic. These are beliefs we take for granted in mathematics and living that can't be proven. So we do kind of have to carry them as a belief. Such as, When you add two things together, the result will be greater than the parts. 2 plus 2 is not going to be less than 2. Things that are equal to the same thing are equal to each other. So if A is equal to B and C is equal to B, A and C are equal to. Can't prove these things, but they're axiomatic, they're definitional. That kind of belief we take for granted. But again, that would be a trust in a principle that we may be able to prove on a philosophical level. Just as the belief in scientific understanding is, again, a trust in understanding that may reflect principles. And we can ask questions about how we get to those principles and whether or not we can fix it by thinking properly with philosophy and not just Aristotelian materialism. But there you go, beliefs. Beliefs are the problem. Understanding is the solution. Understanding is, and therefore, if we see bad things happening, that has to be from a belief, because not true. Not true. You didn't learn it from truth. That would be understanding. So, belief can make a causal connection, a cause and effect connection that isn't true. And you accept it because you believe someone. An appeal to authority. So when human beings do bad things, and definitionally, by principle, we seek our good, then there must be a wire crossed. I have been told that doing this bad thing, murdering immigrants, bombing Iran, will lead to this good thing. Happier life, cheaper eggs, Jesus will come back. That's a lie. But people believe them in order to accept those horrific bad things and carry them out for their dear leader. So that's why belief is the cause of our problems. We have a false connection or association with the good or the cause of the good made through belief. And notice, belief is always in conflict with understanding. Definitionally, as we've looked at how belief works as a cognitive function, but just in principle, because it has to block understanding, because then you can't make that false claim. Jesus wants me to have all the women's and all the money and all the bombs. Says what? Shut up. Believe me, bro. It's faith. Now, if it's just that simple, what's the difficulty? So let's nail down the simple understanding. By definition, we seek what's good. We want to be rational so we can plan well, reach our goals. That's a kind of goodness. But when we reach our goals, we want to protect them, maintain them. That's a goodness. We want to eat good things that make us happy. We want to remove bad things. So by definition, we seek our good. Human beings can be tricked into doing bad things through belief, because you can be told this bad thing is actually good or will cause a good thing. Punish the kid, he'll become good at math. Something that people believed for a long time. And we're waking up to that bullshit, how it's bullshit, and doesn't help anything at all recently, thank goodness. Well, I hope we are. So, we can understand that we are doing bad things through false beliefs, not through belief, but through understanding, allowing us to solve our problems with understanding. We can use understanding to actually know the nature of God, the divine, the good, our benefit, how we should live as human beings, the development of the soul, the conditions necessary to allow for that development. How do we solve human problems? How do we flourish and not only survive? All of these answers are understandable That understanding, because it's about truth, is open to everyone. It will always be true. We can make laws around them. In fact, that's what laws are supposed to be. To align ourselves with the principles of reality and the benefit and development of our souls while protecting the planet we live on, by aligning, harmonizing our human laws, institutions, ways of being with the true patterns and principles of reality. That's what it's supposed to be. But we allow people who don't have that apprehension or understanding to write our laws. Grifters. What's their claim to authority? What makes them feel so confident in their knowingness? Belief. They believe the same stupid bullshit they believe since they were kids because they haven't learned understanding. And as a society, we have yet to acknowledge the necessity for understanding and the root cause of human beings' problems being belief. It isn't a difficult dialectic to go through. You could say simply, hey, by the way, question 1. Do all human actions, by the way, we want to put an end to all bad actions. That's a big net to cast, isn't it? So what's the common feature of all human activity? Does it all start from a state of mind? Do all human functions begin from someone's mind or psyche or idea? Yes. Great. So let's look at that. So human bad actions originate from their soul or psyche or state of mind. Interesting. By definition, do we all seek what we think to be the good? Absolutely. So the problem seems to be different ideas about what that good is or what causes the good, correct? From the psyche, correct? Absolutely. Fair enough. By the way, to understand the actual nature of the good, that would be apprehending what is true, right? Right. Do beliefs have anything to do with truth? Well, I think it's true. Right. But aren't there like hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of different religions? Yeah. And they all believe it to be true. Yeah. And they all are in conflict with each other. Sure. Because they all believe they have this special insight. They are the chosen people. And God wants them to be in charge. Or they're leaders. Have this conflict over who actually gets to be the one who pretends to speak for God? Is that conflict the cause of hundreds of millions of people, innocent people being slaughtered? Yep. Wow. Interesting. By the way, understanding, let's use an analogy. Would you agree to establish a principle? Understanding how to fix your computer is required to benefit your computer. Sure. It's not only that, but understanding how your computer works is needed to improve your computer. So it's both fixing problems and development. You can't invent another program on your computer if you have no idea how programs work. Even if you believe programs work because of pixies. As we've established, belief has nothing to do with truth. Therefore, could we make a distinction between the cause of human actions, the psyche, the cause of our, the motivating cause of our psyche being our desire for good, but our apprehension, our thinking process of how we plan that good and perceive that good being either understanding, which reflects truth, necessary for solving problems and development, or belief. Therefore, by the way, as we could also add some more examples, have you ever noticed that people who are interested in belief get mad when you introduce understanding? Have you ever noticed when fascists bound by belief get into power, they kill people with glasses or shut down the academy in the beginning of the Dark Ages, killing the philosophers, Emperor Justinian for Christianity? Defunding education. Have you noticed that dictators like Donald Trump say, we want people stupid so they can be manipulated. We love the poorly educated. We could even, so therefore, as a principle, belief functions in opposition to understanding. By the way, if you understand something, do you have to believe preacher, imam, papa, mama? And if understanding disproves the beliefs, which they do for religion, and other fundamentally held beliefs, racist beliefs, sexist beliefs, capitalist beliefs, etc., can we see why belief has to oppose understanding? And of course, in this series, we've looked at understanding how it works within the mechanics of how belief functions using the specific terms. So here we go. We look at the what in order to think or plan back to the psyche, behind our actions is a state of mind or a psyche or a kind of soul. Excuse me, still a bit under the weather. Apologize for that. What are the building blocks we use? What are the Lego pieces? So when we think, we use these terms which we've explored many times on the board. And of course, we've identified that different cognitive functions can be understood as number 5 on our list, on our map. The pairs of terms that we use for thinking or planning or understanding, whole and part, same and different, like and unlike, has a lesser and a greater. Part is lesser than greater. Part is lesser than whole, which is greater. The 5th hypothesis, materialism or strict dualism, to have the lesser and reject the greater. There is no whole. We're just billiard balls in space. We're just chemicals. We are just parts. There is no greater whole that we can rise to or participate in or have direct apprehension of to know the principles of reality. This is the establishment democratic position. There is no actual principles of reality, of humanity, of the soul that we must insist every fucking politician knows, from which we can derive our parts, our human laws and principles reflecting the whole to benefit society, to benefit the human being. There is none of that. It's just your own stupid beliefs. And anyone who says that there should be a standard for politicians, the way we demand a standard of understanding the whole for doctors, a standard of understanding the whole for mechanics, for pilots, for every other profession, they are mean. Because I'm entitled to my own beliefs and to rule others by my own beliefs. And if I believe I should kill all the brown people, then you're mean for saying I can't have my beliefs, my religion. I like killing brown people. Don't be mean. That's the democratic establishment democratic position. Number 5. We have a chatter. Welcome. Ooh, first time chat. Hooray.
If you don't know, now you know.
Now I know. Hello. Thank you kindly for your time and program. You're welcome kindly. I think that the only true evil is cruelty and treason. Treason's an interesting one. Any human with self-awareness, and wisdom. I wonder what your definition of wisdom is, because that's one of the key terms that we've been learning to understand through the 160 episodes of reading this book that bangs so hard your grandchildren will have CTE. I'm very funny. If you're new, you know I'm funny. I'm actually funny. Should be able to, right? Reflection is another key word. The Greek word for that is ousia. And to clarify. And throughout their thinking before action, right? So that's what we're understanding today. How do we think properly? What are the different kinds of thinking? And can we distinguish the kinds of thinking that cause problems versus the ones that solve problems and reach truth? Any action made by humans can both overpass both cruelty and treason. Treason's an interesting one. Treason to who? Disobeying Netanyahu if you don't want to genocide Palestinians, is that treason? Disobeying Trump if you don't want to murder brown people for Israel, is that treason? Disagreeing with the leader? Anyway, let's put treason aside and keep reading. Overpassing both cruelty and treason because we have survived it and thought life-threatening are insignificant in comparison to time and lifetime worthwhile. Okay. So you're saying that if we have self-awareness, so awareness of the self, which would be a kind of whole. We've been talking about the whole of mind that we need for the principles, but there is a higher level of whole called self. So if we know the self, of course, that's our goal in philosophy and as human beings, to answer these questions so we can find out how we reach the self. And wisdom, and we've been also looking at what wisdom is, we should be able to reflect and clarify, and any actions can overpass. So you're saying with self-awareness and wisdom, we can act in good ways and not bad ways. Yes, that's what we're doing here. We're trying to understand what exactly wisdom is. How do we distinguish it from other ways human beings think? And how do we ultimately have self-awareness, know the self at the end of the game? And not end of the game doesn't end, but that's our goal, to know the self. Thanks for the chat. So, cognitive functions on our list of 5 that we have been learning. The 5 hypotheses of Parmenides. Materialism, you are a part and you say there is no whole. Anyone who says that there is a true principle, that's mean, but I like my religion. I like feeling like I'm the... Grow up. Belief. Now, you are accepting the limit of your belief. Whatever belief it is, a racist belief, a sexist belief, we don't associate with those brown people. Now, that would be a limitation on your life. You can't read Harry Potter because Jesus says so. That would be a limit on your life. You can't live in a world bound by truth and understanding. We have to kill the Iranians. That would be another limit. But notice, belief is to accept the limits, to be a part, a particular group. Another problem people have with, another issue with religion is it's always division. It's always a part. We can't all be the chosen people. We can't all be the tyrants who get to kill and rape and stuff. Only a small group. And religion is, it's me. I get to be the savage one. Me. Now, the cognitive function of accepting the lesser side in conflict with the greater. That's belief. Human ignorance, therefore, can be understood as simply 4 and 5 together. Belief, as we've been saying, is a kind of distorted reflection of understanding. You claim to know the good. You claim to understand the good and understand how to reach it. If only we give the preacher more money, then God will happen, and God and happiness and Jesus, and you will have love. Claiming. So belief, the 4th hypothesis, claiming understanding. But interesting, it's a symmetrical reflection, because understanding does know the whole and can function providentially in a good way, in a caring way, in a helpful way to the parts, while belief has the lesser as their state of mind, state of being, and functions in a cruel and sadistic way to the parts. And as that is all they can do, they have to venerate the infliction of death and destruction and cruelty as what it means to be knowing, which is the whole thing behind the Epstein files. All of these capitalists, conservatives, clergy that hang out, they try and put themselves in positions where they can be the most cruel, and they take that as their standard of knowingness, because that's the limit of belief. Now, all these things are true, and we've just understood why they're true. We can appeal to examples, we can show the effects in our everyday world. So in every possible way, we've shown it's true. Now, what's the issue? It's not normal to know the truth, because these believers have ruled our culture, our education, our society. So when you say we need to end all religious beliefs, it feels icky. Not my religious beliefs, or maybe the crazy ones like the wacko cults that only drink silver, or Heaven's Gate cults that think that they have to kill themselves because the comet will take them to heaven, but not the main ones, not Islam or Judaism or Christianity. They just think that women are less than men and are like cattle, and it's okay to kill other human beings if they're not on your team. And we need to literally end the world in Armageddon so their prophet will come back or their God will come back. That's normal. See how insane it is? What about the nice ones that says Jesus wants you to love each other? You don't need the religion for the nice things, because the nice things, the good things, you can see through understanding. In fact, the introduction of belief upon nice things ruins it. The nice person isn't being nice because they understand the sameness. All we're doing is looking at the greater of the terms on the board. We are all the same kind of human being with the same goals and the same dignity. That would be understanding. That understanding and apprehension of truth motivating your actually good actions, you're doing it because your teacher or your leader says so. Therefore, you remove the goodness, you remove the empathy. Belief limits goodness by definition. People are not good because of religion. If they are good while religious, it's in spite of religion. That leader could say, well, actually, that person who is the same as you, same mind, same self, same purpose as a soul, actually is a evil person because the devil exists. Kill them. The Abrahamic religions, the big ones, have the root analogy as Abraham was instructed to kill his child, what he loves, and a human being by God, so too the children of Abraham, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, must also kill who they are told to kill by their spokesperson for God. And these are the people in power. See? Nothing to do with truth. But if you are interested in belief, you're not looking at your own seeing and understanding. You are being a slave. You are undercutting true goodness. All beliefs. Now, what we've been saying is, technically, we can take this structure of 5 of the dialectic and apply that to kinds of beliefs and say, well, technically, there is a kind of belief that is good, an axiomatic belief. If A is equal to B and C is equal to B, then A and is equal to C. Now that's obvious. Axiomatic. It's a not tautology, but it seems to be a principle we must accept for reality to exist. But you can't prove it. Here's the thing. You can't prove it in math, in the physical world. So the axiomatic beliefs may be things you can apprehend and understand as in philosophy. But it's still a kind of belief when approached as a belief, as necessary things for mathematics. So therefore we can have this just as the first hypothesis stands above our final goal, or hyparxis. So too, the hyparxis of belief has axioms, which you need to take as a belief at least in the beginning of mathematics until you transition from mathematics into philosophy. Or you may be able to prove these things. Second, scientific beliefs. We should probably do this more. Let's add it to our cause. Let's add it to our map of causes. Let's just delete this stuff here. Well, okay. That would be a bit of a tangent. Well, maybe we should do it. I'll do it really quickly. Scientific beliefs. Again, kind of trusting somebody who you think has understanding, but with problems. Simple beliefs. Prejudices. Religious beliefs that can't be proven. Prejudices, and finally pathologos. So let's not get into it now, but scientific beliefs, which again is a belief in understanding, and axiomatic, which is a belief in a metaphysical understanding, apart. Beliefs are the cause. So trusting the people with understanding is different than belief. Let's make those distinctions instead of for those people who want to find a technicality to keep their own personal beliefs. But that's the issue. Second hypothesis, knowledge is an apprehension of the whole of all parts. So we use the highest superlatives, which is why it's a peak experience. And the one self is the kind of whole that even transcends that as its cause, and that which sees, to see the seer. Now, therefore, understanding can understand the cause of the nature of beliefs and materialism, so understand ignorance. You can perfect your understanding by reflecting on the model of knowledge. That also prepares you to experience it. So understanding is also our spiritual method and meditation. And you need to apply understanding to knowledge to see its cause, the self. Therefore, understanding is the winner.
So win.
Win. So that's our goodness. Belief, of course, imitates that in a destructive, cruel way. So there's the nature of human problems. So what? The catch-22, the rub, the twist is we are humans. We are describing human beings as humans. So how do you, if it's a human problem, if there's some block to our understanding, but we need understanding, how do we participate in that which we are blocked by definition of being a human being? That's the issue. In other words, to say it another way, Asmongold on Twitch has 50,000 followers, and he is a fascist, racist moron who could do better. He could do better, but doesn't. Hassan Piker has 50,000 followers on Twitch, and I have, currently I'm having a look, I seem to have one on, I have 100 people who follow my Twitch. Now these are their viewers, they probably have more followers, so I have on average one. That's the issue. Now I have 101 followers with that new person. Thank you so much. Who was that? Oh, it's Fluna. Thank you, Fluna.
Honestly, on the real,
I would scoop the moon in a cup for you.
I would scoot the moon in a cup for you, Fluna, for following. So what's the issue? We're human beings, meaning we have to find a way. If being a human being causes us to have problems, but we need to solve those problems, but those problems you have as a human being, we need to find a way of stepping out of ourselves and reflecting. There's our self-reflection, or ousia, about ourselves. Now, we want to make sure the answers are true. We can do so because the principles of understanding also inform thought, the rational structure of thinking. When you have a conversation with someone, you say, you use cause and you use these principles. For example, you say, hey, Billy, do you want to eat lunch at the pizza store? You can't just say pizza store, the effect, Billy, cause. Or, I mean, if you knew him, pizza store Billy, he'd probably know what you meant. But in other words, there is a causal chain of ideas that are necessary for rational dialogue, for thinking, for communication. What we are doing is mastering it as an art. We're learning how to think properly, which also means communicate to Billy properly. How do we communicate properly? And the highest expression of that is, how do we understand the good so we're not convinced through belief that the bad is good, causing our cruel, unjust, violent actions to ourselves, towards our loved ones, towards our society. So language and communication and thinking participates in those same principles, which means as we ask these questions about what's the truth of the good, what's the truth of reality, what's the truth of self, what's the truth of the meaning of life, what should we be doing while we're here, where do we go when we die, where did we come from, we can do so by and in particular what we're doing now, understanding how to solve human problems. We are first of all asking that question. There's our ousia, our capacity for self-reflection, which is personified in its highest sense by this peak experience of knowledge. It's defined by the mind turning around to know everything all at once, because you are everything all at once. The mind is minding itself. Oh, excuse me. Still a bit under the weather. But we also have at the same time the principle personified by understanding, the third hypothesis. Therefore, while belief and opposing truth or materialism or strict dualism is the nature of human ignorance, wisdom is knowing the nature of reality, the model, the principle, all of the principles all at once in a direct peak experience of divine luminosity. That's our penultimate spiritual experience, as well as understanding it. See, you know it as a whole and parts. You are the same as everything in reality, but you also can account for all difference. You are at rest, you've reached your goal, you're complete, and yet you are in constant motion of self-reflection. You don't have a physical body, but your selfhood is from the nature of ousia, mind minding itself. That's where your mind is, what mind is. Mind is ousia, the capacity for reflecting on oneself. You are unlimited. You are seeing everything in all directions, but there's nothing outside of it, so it's also limited. Oneness, we call it. So that's knowledge with understanding, whole and parts, wisdom. So that's how we can understand wisdom. And as Socrates points out, when you have a glimpse of this, it's the most beautiful experience. So these monads, we seek beauty, we seek goodness, we seek benefit. It's the most beautiful experience, so we seek it. goodness. We talk about, by definition, we seek what we consider to be good. It's in that experience we get it. We have a glimpse. We see the party through the window. Oh, there's a party. But now I have to find the door to go out of my house and go to the party. When we glimpse the nature of truth as knowledge, it's the most beautiful thing, so we fall in love with it. And because we seek the goodness, we want to make it our own. We want to go there as much as we can. We want to make it out. Identify with it if we can. Unify with it for a long time if we can. That's love. Our desire for beauty, eternal connection, full connection. And that's romance as well. Romance is saying that, referring to that impulse. You are my beloved. You are my moon and my stars. You are my highest standard. I want to be with you. There's our connection. Forever until the stars fall out of the sky. There's our eternal connection. So romance, romantic language, is just the application of our desire for goodness, apprehending these single terms. These are the Lego pieces of thinking and understanding. We talked about the pairs, whole and part, but we can talk about the monads, the ones. And the third term is the triads, because you can have your lesser idea of goodness, beauty, from belief. Look how beautiful my dear leader, my Hitler, looks. He's so strong and beautiful. I'm going to believe him, or Trump, or my preacher, or my imam, or my minister, or my rabbi, etc., etc. That's the false from belief. We have the greater, the direct apprehension in knowledge. So we use this building block of thinking, the triad of lesser, greater, ultimate analogy, to distinguish, oh, human problems are lesser imitation of these monads. Fake beauty, pseudo beauty, if you're fancy and you want to use the word pseudo.
It's awesome and it's gangster.
That's right. It's very gangster to use the word pseudo sometimes, I suppose.
Jester goon maxed.
I've just a goon maxed somehow. The greater, of course, for wisdom, but as we've been seeing, there has to even be a cause of wisdom. The principle, so false, true, and the principle of truth. Lesser, greater, ultimate. So those are the triads of building blocks. So, how do we solve human problems? Self-reflection, but we want to answer those questions truthfully. Thankfully, we participate in something that allows for that. That's the logos, that's understanding, and that's the dialectic that we are exploring today. The art of that, of logos or understanding, we call the art of dialectic. So this is what we're doing. As human beings, we are in this game, just as if you're a Mario brother, you're in the game of Mario Brothers. The first thing you think of, even as a 4-year-old, is, what's the goal? What am I supposed to do? There's a turtle. Do I make him my pet like a Pokemon? Or do I crush that turd, perchance? What's my goal? Okay, my goal is to crush them turts and save them princess. Why don't we ask that question of human beings? What's our goal? We say, well, some people do, but then the grifter comes in and says, your goal is to follow Donald Trump, yes, to kill for Israel. Your goal is to earn money and be a capitalist, to join the death cult in Epstein Island and have all the money and power. That's the goal, to be able to scam others so you can get your Bugattis. Then you have to ask the question, hang on a second, is that using logos or understanding to answer that question? No, it's belief. As we've just defined, it's the false imitation of understanding used to do harm, the root cause of human problems. So we either don't ask that question. Number 5, because there is no truth, there is no answer. Who's to say what's right and wrong? It's all a matter of opinion. Or we have a belief-based answer. That's the nature of human ignorance, human badness. What we are asking is, how do we actually answer that question with understanding? Allowing us to verify it in our experience of the greater beauty itself, and then apply that understanding to that peak experience, which is important because we want to go beyond experience to say, hang on a second, where the heck did that come from? Or what, even in this experience, there has to be some cause of it, and that cause has to, in principle, be higher. Another question, even in that experience, there has to be someone or something experiencing it. What's the self or the one? So for each of these 3 basketball teams of Lego pieces that we use for thinking and for reality, that we learn to master through the art of the dialectic, which we've determined is the meaning of human life, because it's only in that way we can answer these absolutely necessary questions for any video game. It's the way of answering what is the true good so we can put an end to human suffering and conflict and reach our excellence. It's also the characteristic that distinguishes us from lower dimensional entities like bugs and cabbages. They can't do Usia and Logos. So it's the perfection of what makes us most evolved. So there are many ways of seeing that the art of dialectic is our purpose. We also pointed that it's our spiritual, because it's the perfection of understanding is the preparation or contemplation of the self and the good. We've also seen that, hey, everyone's doing it. So while it's the meaning of life to master the dialectic, you're still doing it anyway. Everyone, as we saw last time, is reflecting on their idea of themselves as the first cause of everything they do. When you plan something, you say, okay, what do I want for lunch? You don't think about what Tom Cruise can eat for lunch, because he can eat so many more things because he's so rich. And he's Thetan level 80 or whatever. I don't know how Scientology works, but he's up there. So he could eat magic food. You think about you. The first character in all of your thoughts and plans and daydreams and night dreams is you. The first cause. As we've said, our actions come from our state of mind. What do you think about yourself? Or, no. Yeah, what feeling state are you in? Are you happy? Are you sad? Are you confused? Are you puzzled? Are you angry? Are you racist? From that state of mind come our actions. It's a hammer. Bad drawing. Therefore, our ideal, so we're doing this anyway. We're doing a contemplation through our actions. We then have a result, which for human beings confirms their original idea of themselves. Why? Because it was the cause of the whole causal chain. If your idea of self, I am a small bean, or I am just a whatever, I'm just a Jew, I'm just a Mormon, causes your state of mind, I have to serve Mormon Jesus, white Jesus. Funny. Then you will do a role in your activity in your life where you're serving dear leader, and at the end of the day he says, good, you've served me, you are a good slave. There's your conclusion. Proving your idea of self. You've just spent your whole day or your whole lifetime confirming your original image of yourself, a fulfilling prophecy, but not just a self-fulfilling prophecy, a meditation, because this original idea of self through your lifetime becomes your mask that you identify with. I am a Mormon. I am a Christian. I am a small bean. I am a bad noodle.
I don't know if you know this, but like weird dudes exist everywhere.
I am a weird dude that exists everywhere.
I ate a steak. I'm stupid. I'm drunk all the
time, you know. I'm just like you.
Could you spend your life eating a steak and being stupid and getting drunk all the time, just like me? Wait a minute. That's not fair.
Fucking bitch, pussy ass fucker.
So we're doing it anyway. The only thing is, human beings are in this. By the way, notice those 4 steps of causal chain of human activity? That's the dialectic. And we looked at that last time. Where is it on the board? Here we go. Dialectic. The structure of the logos of thinking. Definition. You want to explore an idea? You will. What idea? Give me what. Define the idea we're exploring. Oh, beauty. Okay, let's talk about what is beauty. Define it. Definition. Self, the subject in relation to itself. Talk about beauty itself. Pretty, exists. It's cool. Or whatever. Now, that's why we read. The words that you use in the dialectic should come from the text. Otherwise, it's just your own beliefs. And that's why there are only few texts what we are interested in reading. They are complete texts. There are very few texts that are a complete representation or a complete understandable work that reflect the logos, meaning you can get the right terms and you don't have to project your own beliefs to fill in the gaps. So we've defined beauty. How does it function? Demonstrate. Demonstration. Oh, beauty inspires philosophers. It inspires romantic whatever, poetry. Having been a philosopher who've had that glimpse of beauty, how do we act to our friends? What do we talk about over coffee? What's our standard for loving relationships? What's our standard for works that we do in our hobbies or arts or profession? As a consequence of being affected, how do those others then themselves relate back to beauty? Do we inspire further philosophy? Do we benefit people in that way? And what we're saying is that dialectic structure, 4 parts, we are doing in our B state, our blocked state. Our pathologos or false belief of the self is the first cause. Our state of mind is our problem state when we're in it. The division, how we act, seems to be appealing to your beliefs, clan identity, confirming what you already think, and rejecting the division, the functioning, your role, being a slave. If you're our previous example of Mormon Joe is a slave in his cult or whatever, rejecting understanding, and the conclusion is always division and conflict in a way that confirms your false idea of yourself. Therefore, Socrates says the unexamined life isn't even worth living. Famous quote by Socrates. Because you have spent your time meditating on the very false idea of the self that's the first cause of all your problems and all human problems, further identifying with that thing you were born to remove. But on the other side, we can say, well, what is our A state? Our goal is to, as our chatter said, have awareness of the self. But what we're saying is not only know the self, but having returned through understanding, we can recognize through understanding the parts, even though it transcends parts. That's the weird catch-22 about knowing the self, knowing that which is beyond experience. So to return with the self-logos, we can personify that ultimate goal with Zeus. We talked about our B state of mind when you're blocked, our good state of mind, Aphrodite. And we've said, hey, hang on a second, that first hypothesis is our ultimate goal, knowing the self. Our peak experience or state of mind, second hypothesis. How do we reach that? We read these complete intelligible texts, understanding. Third hypothesis. Apollo, we could represent with. And as our final term, what's our conclusion? If we seek the self, confirm our reading in our higher states of mind, our method, our activity is in reading. As a result, we end up with the art of the self-logos called the Dialectic or Hermes. There's our successful conclusion. So what? So our question today was, what's the issue? If it's just that simple, human problems, all, as we just said, let's do it one more time. Our conclusion, dialectic, definition, demonstration, division, conclusion. Our conclusion, death and destruction sweeping across the land, or humans having mastered the art of dialectic. Those are our two options. There isn't a third option. You either crush them turts in Mario Brothers and save the princess, or you run out of lives and the game finishes. There's no third option. There's no neutral option. Well, maybe we should let people have religion. No. Religion will always end this way because it means to be bound by belief, and belief is the cause of our problems. So that's understanding it in principle. But you can pick any religion. Well, she's not a fundamentalist. Well, she's a fundamentalist to her kids. When she makes the kid think that she'll go to hell if she doesn't reject thinking. But also belief means you have to, if religion means a saving belief, and that belief by definition is against understanding. You can't prove Mary was a virgin. You can't prove that the world is, even though we've disproven the world is more than 6,000 years old. There are certain Christians says in the book will say that in the Bible, the earth is 6,000 years old and dinosaurs didn't exist. Therefore, everything we learn in understanding that we need to reach our goal is garbage and the devil. Whether or not you are a fundamentalist, you are to yourself and you are to your kids, and that's enough. And by the way, you might not be the dictator or Trump or Netanyahu using belief and religion in particular to justify harm, death and destruction, but you'll be a follower. You'll make them concentration camps. You'll join the IDF or ICE. Therefore, in order to address the root cause of human problems, belief, we have to also address its partner in crime, the fifth hypothesis. Dualism, strict dualism. Because it's the feeling that we get from this part. Oh no, be nice to people who have harmful beliefs that abuse their children and end the world because Jesus will come back. Don't be mean to the Nazis. The Nazis are their dearly held beliefs. Oh, my beliefs. Who are you to say what's right and wrong? Who are you is a question about belief. Who? The founding fathers, Jesus, Moses? Who is to say? Who is the authority? That's the wrong question. The question is, what is to say that all religions are in principle fucking terrible? What is to say? Not who, not Socrates or me or anyone. What? It's understanding. All of the supposed benefits, but it gives people hope. Fuck hope. Hope is bullshit. Hope and change is what Obama ran on and didn't change anything and did mass harm. Hope is a scam. Hope is just thoughts and prayers. There's another mass shooting. Oh, well, let's hope it changes. Fuck that. Understand how to solve human problems. Don't just hope. But I want to hope there's a meaning of life. Understand the meaning of life. When you play Mario Brothers and you're there, you don't just cross your fingers and hope that magic will somehow win the game. You've got to understand what to do, what buttons you can press, and what the goal is. Anyone who thinks people are benefited by not doing that and accept scams through beliefs haven't yet addressed their own beliefs, because this belief that belief is good is a result of a belief, because we have just shown through understanding, through examples, through principles, by defining the nature of belief. We did a dialectic. We defined the nature of belief in principle using these Lego pieces on the board here. By definition, that's what belief is: to accept the lesser in opposition to the greater, accept the limits in opposition to freedom, to accept being a part, a Mormon, in opposition to the whole. We are the chosen people. Let's blow up the world so Jesus comes back. Definition. How does it function? As the cause of, well, it functions to reject understanding, benefit, goodness, true empathy, development, experienced as our blocked state of mind. What's the effect of that? Loyalty to religion, loyalty to dictators, cruelty towards philosophers, 50,000 people watching Hassan and Asmund Piker, but only our friend Fluna here watching me. Terrible sadness. Boo to
I
that.
ate a steak. I'm stupid. First you're saying the F word or whatever you said. Now the tone is complete.
The tone is completely
It's
something.
sad. And I'm sad for you.
Sorry about my tone. But also,
Oh, fuck.
fuck.
I'm going to get you. I'm going
no.
to find you. And I'm going to get you.
I'm going to find you and I'm going to get you is the conclusion. So, the division, how does that functioning play out of belief in every area? War, genocide, opposition to understanding, opposition to your own benefit, problems within the family. Right, it's not hard. Go on YouTube, you'll find some MAGA parents abusing their children because they're not following the official religion of Donald Trump. Or Jewish family, you're not supporting the genocide, you're a self-hating Jew, you're an anti-Semitic Jew because you won't kill those Palestinian children with us. Within the family. And the conclusion, how do people relate back to themselves through belief? Division and conflict. You are in a conflict with yourself. You are in conflict with your goal. You will spend your life further entrenching yourself in the very mask that was the cause of your problems, that was the reason you've been reincarnated to begin with, says Socrates in the book we're reading. You're here to address your block that prevented your evolution, your development in non-physical dimensions, kicking you back into hell, as we've been reading. Hell, of course, not the Christian hell, but the idea of Hades, where we're in a world where there is constant injustice every second of the day because of the false image of self, state of mind caused by belief. Souls attached to their false image of the self, playing out the energy of their injustice over and over and over with no lasting positive gain, hopefully dissipating over time. But also the conclusion is the extinction of our species. We're not a special species. There have been many species who have reached levels of intelligence and who have died on this planet and others. We, as a human race, is another one who is playing out the inevitable conclusion of belief as extinction. Literally, right now, in the time of recording, Donald Trump is saying we must end the world, because he's not going to be around. He's got dementia. He's only got a few months left. And also, the Epstein files, no one's going to treat him nicely once he loses power. They want to end the world because religious belief that if we end the world, Jesus comes back. So literal extinction. In black and white, but also in principle, by defining the nature of belief, seeing how it functions. So we can also look at examples of why belief is bad, how it plays out in our world, and the conclusion. How does belief always end? Other back to self. So in all the possible ways, we've shown how human problems are caused by belief. That includes our feeling that don't judge me, right? Don't judge my beliefs as I do Nazi shit. So it feels mean to say religion because we imagine a nice old lady who has 1 million crosses on her wall and sometimes gives some canned goods to the church and likes going to picnics on Sunday. Now, what we are pointing out is the good things in that story are not caused by the bad thing, belief. It's the principle of likeness. A fire is hot. It doesn't make things cold like an ice cube. Hot things make things hot. Cold things like an ice cube make things cold. How do you draw cold? A shivering person. Holding himself. Good things cause good things. Belief, why it's the nature of all problems is it's the cognitive function that can convince people, because it's not to do with reason, evidence, principles, verification through direct experience, and appealing to the higher principles of the oneself and knowledge. It's none of those things. It's just because your mummy and daddy appeared knowing when you were too young to know better.
Drop the attitude, man.
Sorry about the attitude.
Absolutely gooped.
It was a bit
Wrong.
gooped.
You're so wrong.
So
But that's
wrong.
okay. We're all allowed to be wrong sometimes.
Okay, I was wrong. I was lovely. I was forcefully inspired by how cool this is to understand. Okay, let's just take that. So, we need to kill the Iraqi children, or the Iranian children. Yeah, Iranian children, says Donald Trump today, because freedom. A bad thing will cause a good thing. The idea of punishment. We need to abuse that child because he'll learn math, or he'll go to heaven. Always, 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 always belief. Which is neat because we can recognize the root cause of our problems. So, if old lady, what's an old lady name? Bernice. If old lady Bernice, the little hair there and her glasses and her saggy boobies. Don't do that. That's me. Come on.
If you're experiencing a mental health episode, we don't want to have to see that.
Sorry, Bernice. With her weird amount of crucifixes on her wall in her lounge room, does a good thing. It's not the bad thing, belief, that caused the good thing. That's a false belief. That's the nature of belief, to connect the bad with the good. In principle, fundamentally, the false belief of ourself as good becomes our mask. We need it. We benefit by having this mask. That's the human life not worth living, because you further entrenched yourself in your sickness. It's because she likes people, or she likes the community. It's the community of the Christian picnic on Sunday it's the community. It's the fact she gets to talk to people. How many times can you talk to people outside of a purchase under capitalism? Fuck all. Very few. unless you're spending money for some fucking businessman. It's the good thing, not the bad thing, that causes Beatrice, if I got her name right, to give to charity or to go to the Christmas picnic. Whereas it's very, very, very easy to see that Trump's saying, let's blow up all of these children in Iran because Jesus is the cause of the bad thing. But we've been told since childhood, oh, everyone, their religion might be weird, but they're not hurting anybody until they fucking do. And they are hurting people because they're hurting themselves, and their life matters. Their soul's development matters. And they're also hurting whoever they have as employees. Or if they become president one day. Or if they start their own cult one day. Or, here's the rub, every single fucking parent gets to play religious preacher to their kids. And regardless of whether you're teaching that kid that they are less because they're a girl and the Quran says women are cattle or the Bible says women are slaves, all that bullshit, regardless of the nature of the belief as a principle by definition requires that kid to say, hang on a second, I can't understand why we have to believe the world was 6,000 years old, or why dinosaurs didn't exist, or how the fuck every animal can go on an ark. I can't understand that. But it seems, by the way my parents are relating to religion, it is the most important thing in the world for me to believe that. That's what religion means, to be bound by a saving belief. That's what the word means. Therefore, regardless of the whatever craziness of the belief itself causes the kid to think there's something wrong with my understanding. The very thing you are supposed to be developing. It's like playing Mario and thinking, I can't press the A or B button. That's wrong. That's the devil. Thinking is the devil. The very thing you have to do to reach your goal, pressing A and B button, understanding, is bad. Because when I do it, I get told I'm going to go to hell, or I get abused, or I get my rewards taken away. I can't play Mario Brothers anymore because I'm naughty. Or I get beaten by my parents, or scolded or worse by my preacher, or bombed by my president, or taken away by ICE if I don't believe blah, 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 blah. And I engage in critical thought. Again, by definition, belief, especially venerated as a saving necessary thing through religion, is the cause of our problems. Now we're ignoring the stepping stone beliefs like, okay, I believe my mechanic because that's believing in his understanding. And I believe in axiomatic principles like 2 + 2 will also always be greater than the parts. It's going to be more than 2. Or A = B, and if C = B, then A and C have to be equal to each other. Because that's a stepping stone belief until we can verify that axiomatic thing in philosophy, or I verify that scientific understanding by learning about how my engine works or whatever. So ignoring those two special subclasses of beliefs as a stepping stone to understanding, belief itself is the cause of our problems. So why don't we say that? Because from a young age, we are taught the belief, again, bad thing masked as a good thing, that it's rude. Ignore those crazy people. Be polite. They're not harming anyone most of the time, some of the time. Well, they're harming themselves and their kids, but ignore that, because politeness, the idea of polite. Don't hurt the Nazis' feelings, be polite. Don't say all religions because of Beatrice, with her bun and her glasses and her thousands of crosses. Bullshit. That's that principle we can see in the establishment Democrats who say Don't judge Trump with his genocides and his war and his concentration camps. Be polite. Yes, compromise with the fascists who want to kill everyone, even their own people. Bullshit. All religions, all beliefs, by definition, by experience, by division, and by conclusion. So what? Here's the point. Here's the rub. Every human being needed a kind of stepping stone kind of way, beliefs to survive their childhood. Number one. Number two, all human beings carry with them their false beliefs from previous incarnations, which is why even in the same household, two twins could experience the same scene from mummy and daddy saying, don't do your thing and follow our way of being, and walk away with two different images of the self, meaning they must have been carrying with them some idea or personality. Talk to midwives when they see babies, newly born babies, they can recognize different personalities. They bring with them some personalities or masks of the self into their reincarnation, meaning by virtue of being human, both in our upbringing, one, and our reincarnation in general, we carry with us false beliefs of the self. And as we've defined, belief opposes understanding. So, this understanding of the nature of human problems will be rejected by every human being who has been born or raised in any kind of a family. And for both of those is everyone. So this understanding of the nature of human problems and what's needed to cause it will be rejected by every human being who has been alive. Also, belief doesn't just oppose understanding, it has a self-defensive mechanism. Beliefs are good because my beliefs. Oh, that religion is bad, but not all religions. Oh, those sexist beliefs are bad, but not my sexist beliefs. I'm not sexist. Some of my friends are women. They don't say that. I'm not sexist. Some of my family members are women. Those racist beliefs of those people who look different than my family tribe, they are wrong. We should get rid of those because obviously, look at the harm. They make women cover themselves. Oh, they're so crazy, so oppressive. But not me, who says that women should get paid less, or women have to whatever work in the kitchen, or women need to be dominated as a form of masculinity. Not my beliefs. So every human who has been reincarnated or born, every human being who has been raised in a family, and for both of those, that's everyone, will want to protect belief and oppose understanding. The opposition of understanding is fifth hypothesis, materialism or strict dualism. The veneration or the taking as the highest principle belief is the fourth hypothesis. So every human being is functioning within the fourth and fifth cognitive functions called ignorance. That's the twist. How do we engage in the thing every human being opposes, understanding, necessary to remove that opposition to understanding? Because it's understanding that allows us to solve problems, reach knowledge, and the self. Hey, in chat. Tonight, I think is good is innocence and oblivion. Oblivion. You mean like blow up the world, Oblivion, or the game Oblivion? The video game. Elder Scrolls Oblivion. These respectively, alas, applying wisdom in everyday life to act with gratitude and forgiving to whatever present in reality. Thank you kindly for tonight. Okay, yeah, so each of those that you've said would be an expression of the beliefs that you carry from childhood, that you have further identified with in your life. If we take any part of what you said and reflected on it with understanding, you would oppose that. You won't like that. You'll feel that's a threat to your own mask. You'll get mad. Like the idea of forgiveness, for example. That's what we're talking about. If the idea of forgiveness, or any of those ideas you mentioned, if they happen to be a belief that blocks your development of understanding, your job is to remove them through understanding. But understanding that challenges our belief triggers people. So our question is, if everything we've said is true, and that was an example, what do we do? When every impulse within your soul says, fuck this guy, I think forgiveness is important. My daddy thought forgiveness was important. My preacher thought that forgiveness was important. I'm a forgiveness person. We Christians, or whatever you identify with. How do you step out of that long enough to reflect upon that belief you hold dearly, to judge through understanding whether or not it's true or harmful and false? That's the issue. And we're saying two things stop us. The two things that define ignorance: a loyalty and identification with belief, and a rejection of the principles of truth and understanding. And these two principles we can see as the right wing or conservatives. They're harmful false beliefs. That's why Netanyahu appeals to the Jews. Oh, I need the Jews to just believe me while I do a genocide. Trump, I need the Christians to just believe me while I do a genocide. Or, everything is just opinions, bro. Chill out. Let Trump do his evil, says the left wing or establishment Democrats. Not true progressives. True progressives would be third hypothesis, understanding. So, every human being is in ignorance. Ignorance opposes how we stop our problems, because by definition it opposes understanding. So what do? We're screwed as a species. We're just destined to extinction. Or the inevitable conclusion to belief. But here's the thing. Every single video game you start at level 1. If there weren't turts to crush perchance, or dragons to slay, or dragon turtles to slay, it wouldn't be a game to play. It's through that movement, through that game, you learn, you level up as your character, and you go through the learning you need to reach the goal. That's what we're trying to figure out here. How do we do that? Now, one part of the game is stakes. You could ask, well, how many genocides, how many children's primary schools in Iran need to be bombed? How many homeless people die on the street while there are twice as many empty homes that we refuse to use for the profits of the mysterious shareholders? Until we wake up and say, you know what? I think to have a world where everyone is housed, everyone has food, no one has to fear bombs, no one's being tortured to death on Epstein Islands by billionaires, the world isn't being polluted to death, I think it's worth sacrificing our false beliefs, even my own. Well, the stakes are too much now. We have nuclear weapons and we have people who are Abrahamic seeking the end of the world because of their religious prophecy. So what do we do? What do we do? So one of the principles that has come up in the book is, if there is an understandable ladder or stages of development of the soul, read Spinoza and Derrida. Why? What did you see? What did they say specifically that would help solve this problem, or that you found relevant? Because you know that that's not something I can do. I can't read all of the books by these people. I can't do that. That would require years of my life to read them properly. And I don't have the interest because I don't know why I would read them. We read the books we read here because these are rare people, Dr. Grimes and Socrates, who have mastered the Logos. And they've gone through philosophical midwifery, the process to remove their pathologos or their beliefs. As far as I'm aware, there are no other authors who have gone through midwifery. So everything they write will be a reflection of their own fourth hypothesis beliefs, with some logos in there as well, some understanding, some insight, some experience, higher experiences. But to be able to judge what levels Spinoza reached and what level of pathologos is he on. So every human being, you make a map. So every human being is at some level of logos and some level of pathologos. Is Spinoza here, very sick and not very high up? Or maybe he had insight, but he had a lot of problems. Maybe he's here. To be able to judge whether Spinoza or Derrida or whatever is right, we have to first know the model. That's why we read the books we read here. They have to be complete, so we don't have to add our own interpretation, and they have to reflect the logos and give us information about the pathologos. Otherwise, how will we know the standard of truth and the cause of our problem? So, but if you did find so there's no reason why we would read that book. If we did, we would be rejecting truth, third hypothesis. We would be looking for quotes that back up the opinions we already carry from childhood. That's why they make you read it at college. You walk out with a degree saying, now I can quote Spinoza, I can quote Nietzsche, I can quote Hegel, I can quote this guy. Why? To reach the truth? No. I can use them to justify my ignorance I'm carrying from childhood. If it doesn't have philosophical midwifery, how to surface that root causal false belief of self, then it's not worth a damn. If it doesn't have the logos showing an understanding of the principles of understanding themselves, then they're not worth a damn. Unless you're looking at them historically. Maybe Spinoza and Derrida influenced a society. Or maybe once you know the art of medicine, you could look at this sick patient and say, oh, he's got cancer, or he's got tuberculosis. But you need the model first. So by saying read these people, all you're doing is shutting down the dialogue. Because I'm not going to. It's not a possible request. It's like saying, well, you can't judge the Christianity until you read the Bible. You can't judge the Jewish faith unless you read the Torah. Most Jews don't even read the Torah, but they still believe in the shit. No one's going to do that. It is a waste of time if you can understand it as principle. Spinoza wrote about ethics, and Derrida about writing. Philosophers can read logic and any logical system. I understand. So what we're doing is beyond logic. It includes intelligibility, it includes the principles of mind, it includes our soul, it includes our soul development, it includes more than just logic, but the principles that logic is based on. That's the logos. By the way, what is the logos is one of those questions you can carry with you. Yeah, so the only thing that matters about these two philosophers is that any human can see reality and choose to accept it or deny it or ignore it or do nothing at all. Interesting. So we're taking those options and we're saying, well, they're basically two. Follow the logos or follow the pathologos. Because if you are choosing to ignore truth and reality, why? Why would you ignore your purpose? Why would you ignore the good? There must be some false belief you are still acting according to. We call that the pathologos. Hey, if this is your highest excellence, happiness, ideal relationships, ideal functioning in the world, the conditions for your spiritual evolution, why do nothing at all? Must be a kind of belief. So yeah, so there are ways of looking at it as two options, but you're right, you can still break them down into many. So like for instance, what we're doing here, we're breaking that down into the fifth hypothesis, the rejection of understanding, and the fourth hypothesis, belief, which is to take the to be aligned with a false idea. The two of which, ignorance. Here we go. Let's find it on a Venn diagram. Here we go. So belief, a model you get in the world of physical appearances down here, along with that activity. Oh, and we have recognized that for each of these hypotheses, you could break down the kinds of false beliefs leading to the third hypothesis with a few extra categories that reject. So let me explain that a bit better. I'll find it on the board. Here we go. So, if we take the duads of whole and part, or same and other, and say there has to be a greater and lesser together, the overlap of the Venn diagram, and just the lesser, we can call the dimension of just the lesser. The memory about reality keeps you anchored to the idea of belief itself. This idea is senseless. The idea of belief is inaccurate? You mean that human beings don't have beliefs? What are you seeing problematic about the idea of belief? Because memory. So you're saying, so can you explain your idea of memory is senseless or beliefs are senseless? Let me understand what you're trying to say. So, our sense experience of the physical world, memory itself is an illusion. In what sense? How would you be able to demonstrate that? How would you communicate that idea? It's a tool of language. So the definition of memory is it's a tool of language. Is that how you're defining memory? And how can you give an example of memory being an illusion? So as you only within language and text. Memory is within language. So you can't remember an image or a feeling. And what's wrong with language? Why is language bad? We're saying language is the best. Language is our ability to participate in mind because it uses those building blocks that we perceive as a whole that we went through, whole, part, same, different. None of these you get from your physical experience. You've never seen whole and part walking down the street. You only see them, you only apply them as adjectives. Therefore, our movement is to go beyond the physical world to engage our mind, which we do through ousia, self-reflection, and language, logos. Not just language, logic. Not just logic, reason. Not just reason, communication. There's a lot involved in logos. But generally speaking, self-reflection and understanding. Logos, language. An example is a church is both holy ground and a ground of genocide. It is safer, both sacred and unholy. Okay. Sacred and unholy. Right, we're saying that belief in principle is bad. If you want to know God, understand it. Because belief has nothing to do with truth. If it's important, understand it. Hey, is it important to know how to fly a plane if you want to be a pilot? Then do you just pray, or do you understand how to fly the plane? Is it important to understand the human body if you want to do medicine? Or do you just hope? Is it important to know the nature of God? You want to pray or hope or believe or understand it? Now, those who defend their own personal belief might go into the fifth hypothesis, which is not the model or the whole of the physical world, but its activity or its parts, whole and part, model and copy, ousia and logos. The functioning or activity or use of parts of the physical world is to say, you can't understand God, says the priest, says the bishop, says the imam, says the minister, says the rabbi, because you are stupid. You are...
Calm your fucking tits.
Your tits are not calm enough.
Why can't these guys shut up, whether or not it's about Jesus?
You shut up whether or not it's about Jesus.
Freaks.
You freaks. Not true. But that's the same thing that says, oh no, save religion because of Beatrice. Not true. But it is if it opposes understanding, it can't itself be understanding. It's self-contradictory. You understand that understanding doesn't work. You know that you can't know. Doesn't make sense. Therefore, you're not operating from truth of reality or mind or the truth of self, the one self. You are operating from a belief. That's how we understand that fifth hypothesis, rejection of mind or self or understanding or principles, is itself the activity from the model. Activity or model should be the activity from an unsuspected false belief. Therefore, the human problem. If human beings have a loyalty to their own beliefs, fourth hypothesis, and a rejection of understanding, fifth hypothesis, if this is literally the definition of human problems, if we weren't loyal to our savage problems, we wouldn't fucking kill each other. If we weren't rejecting understanding, we could understand our problems instead of killing each other. So by definition, fourth and fifth hypothesis is the nature of human problems. By definition and in principle and in functioning, understanding, third hypothesis, the very thing these two reject by nature of them being our problem, is needed to solve the problem. We're in a catch-22. We fear, we reject, we kill the very thing we need to solve our human problems. So what do? Goes further than that. Socrates has been saying, hey, by the way, we can actually include versions of this ignorance, including the 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th hypothesis. Is your kind of ignorance a rejection of the whole of mind? Then you're a 6th hypothesis person. I still think there is mind, there's reason, there's logic, And I still think we could come to a whole, a principle of ruling our world or what we should do in our life, but it's not based on a non-physical model that exists eternally and is understandable and is experienceable. That's just wacky. That's all hippies dippy stuff. That's woo-woo. That sounds like my crazy Aunt Betty talking about spirituality. Bleh. Sixth hypothesis. There is a model, it's just communism, Marxism, Nazism, all the isms. Seventh hypothesis. You're in the realm of mind, so you're not in the physical world, you're above this line. Before we do the seventh, let's do the ninth. You're only in the physical world, so you're already out of mind and self. You're already pretty low. But the kind of ignorance, fourth and fifth, allegiance, the kind of belief you're in allegiance to, and the kind of rejection of understanding that we're supposed to be developing is the ninth hypothesis. So you're in the physical world, but you're rejecting parts. There aren't even molecules. Everything is illusion. Maybe Spinoza said that. I don't know. Everything is just a fantasy. We're all deluded deluders. Even memory and language is bad. Ninth hypothesis. There's no meaningful activity. It's a kind of false belief. That's a kind of opposition to truth. Now, one step up. Eighth hypothesis. You're still in the physical world. You're okay with there being parts, but there can be no whole. There's only the physical world, materialism. Everything meaningful can be reduced to its atoms, to its least significant parts. Any whole of beauty, any whole of meaning is just paint on a paint canvas. It's just chemicals squirting in your brain. Eighth hypothesis. The one we're looking at today is the seventh hypothesis. That is, you accept that there are reasons or forces or principles of some kind, but it rejects everything we've been learning about the Logos. It rejects understandability. It rejects benefit. It rejects its source being of a higher providential nature. There being a purpose to human problems. Human problems are solvable through understanding or Logos. The very purpose of our human life, individually and collectively, is to master the third hypothesis. So you can see why the seventh hypothesis, the specific ignorance or false belief and rejection of mind, fourth and fifth, the specific ignorance that rejects the literal meaning of life and the literal thing needed to solve problems, could be the most dangerous kind of belief ever in principle. The rejection, my whole life identity is a rejection of the very thing needed to solve problems, to reach our higher states of being, survive and flourish. And the very purpose of a human being, the activity that makes use of the model of mind and our mastery of the parts, makes use of ousia and logos, the two things that make us different from cabbages and caterpillars. And kings, by the way. But there you go. Not philosopher kings. This would be a philosopher king, this guy. 2 and 3 together. The opposition of that activity is the seventh. What's the seventh say? That there is a principle, but it's not a hierarchical system like we have here of cause and effect, as above, as so below. It's a blind, stupid, unintelligent, meaningless, fucking awful battle between God and Satan. Two eternal forces of good and bad that are always in conflict. Therefore, all we can do is do our best to shoot enough bad guys, brown people, poor people, non-believers, and then hope that Jesus will work it all when we die. Work it all out when we die. What's the saying? Kill them all and let God sort it out. Armageddon. You are a philosopher king. Well, that's the goal, isn't it? to become using what we are seeing here, our mastery of understanding, as we've shown, can help solve problems, to apprehend that model, hold on to that model. Notice, hold on to the model of what truth is. So everything you do is in service of ideal beauty, ideal meaning, justice, all of the parts of consciousness completely ordered in the way it has to be, justice. Do you want to be just in your relationships? Do you want a just world? Therefore, to hold on to that second hypothesis is very similar to the fervency, the savage fervency people hold on to their beliefs. So even the worst kind of ignorant, cruel, savage, sadistic believers are doing the spiritual game and doing it very well. They're just doing it on the wrong thing. They're not holding on to their memory of enlightenment. They are holding on to their appearance of enlightenment when daddy kicked the shit out of them for being nice to their sister or something like that. Or for thinking for themselves and not going to Torah class or praying to Mecca or something, or disobeying their parents' bullshit beliefs. So as we solve our problem of ignorance, we also gain insights into what it would be like to be wise or a philosopher king. To hold on with the same kind of fervency, truth, but not in opposition to reason, which would be the fifth hypothesis, to oppose reason, but to every conversation about your greatest insight would be a way of testing how well you've understood it and communicated it. That's what we're going to be doing today. Huge introduction, but that's where we're going today. How do we communicate our highest insights? Not as a debate.
Debate, weirdo. Debate, dweeb.
Not as a debate dweeb, trying to prove you what you already think, like a racist or a sexist or a religious person or a politician. No. To test your own level of understanding. How well did you understand it? And how well can you communicate it to your friends? To those who are genuinely interested. So once again, understanding is key. Oh, and by the way, a philosopher king wants to actually perfect their understanding of that vision with their friends and that kind of communication, and maybe write some books, including, you could do a sequel of the book we're reading, Jesus and Socrates, a midwifery talk in heaven, where Socrates helps Jesus reflect on his beliefs, or Socrates and Buddha, a dialogue in heaven, where we explore the ox-herding pictures. Nevertheless, to use understanding to reflect on that principle of the whole, to see the self, its cause. Therefore, as Socrates says, only when our rulers become philosophers' kings, or the philosopher kings become rulers, can we live in a just world. So, if close up.
Spit on me.
Oh, Emma.
Jesus Christ, Emma, this is not Opie and Anthony or whatever the hell.
Jesus Christ, Emma.
Disgusting. I'm so disgusted.
So disgusted for you, wanting us to spit on you. Emma, come on, Emma.
Wrong. You're so fuck.
So, if the kind of false belief, fourth hypothesis, the kind of rejection of truth, understanding, mind or self, fifth hypothesis, is the seventh, a way of being. Notice, it's still a stage. You can go from the ninth to the eighth, to the seventh, to the sixth, to the fifth. You can even we talked about there being a possibility of different jumps. Maybe jumping from the seventh to the thing it rejects. Socrates says that's the purpose of the seventh hypothesis. If you fully understand your worldview of the seventh, you will see how it implies the necessary existence of the third. which is fascinating. Just as if you're a nihilist, you could have, as a philosopher, if you have a friend who's a nihilist, you could have a conversation and reflect on their whole position and say, actually, the logic behind your own position implies there has to be a physical world of parts. That would be a mastery of the art. Or maybe go from the 9th to the 8th. Or 9th to the 7th. Hey, in our conversation, did we participate in some logic? Was it fun? Was it interesting? So there might not be a higher principle of the third, but there's at least logic. There was at least language. So your rejection of parts can't be true because there was you and there was me and we were different, but we participated in something, some language or activity of mind. They might not be open to it being a universal principle of logos, but at least there's the 7th. At least they've gone from the 9th. Notice, these are reflections. Just as we said, the 4th, loyalty to your belief, is like how we're supposed to be holding on to the 2nd. So too, the 9th, or the 3rd, how we're supposed to be doing the activity, is its reflection in our bad activity. So too, the 7th hypothesis is reflected into the 9th. So there's an interesting jump that you could go through in a conversation with that person. And by the way, Socrates says there are certain positions like the 9th that require a conversation with another person. So whatever level you're at, share it. You're good enough. You're good enough for at least a 9th hypothesis person, and you could change their life by simply relating to them with a love of understanding. That could be the only person they've ever met in their life that isn't trying to scam them like these people, believers, grifters, con artists, conservatives, clergy, capitalists. And you can participate in a fun reflection on ideas together. And then after that, you could say, hey, by the way, was that kind of fun? Oh, I guess so. Different state of mind, huh? By the way, we're two different people, two different ideas and worldviews. Did we engage in something together that was fun? So at least there's that. So their rejection of any meaningful activity in the physical world, they might be free from. So wherever you're at, you're good enough for at least that conversation, depending on whether or not you love understanding enough to have that conversation for the love of it, which is being a good person. Notice, it's not Beatrice who's trying to help someone so she gets into heaven because of belief. That's trying to scam them. So this idea that we can say, well, let's save some religions because some people are nice. No. If they're talking to you because of their own selfish or their own personal beliefs to get into heaven or whatever, to convert enough Christians or whatever, that's not actually going to work. It's not actually going to be helpful. If she does engage in a conversation because of her genuine empathy, it's not because of her religion, it's in spite of it. She was engaged in, up here, 2nd and 3rd. A love of truth, 2nd, or a love of understanding, 3rd. Sharing wisdoms is like the times of King Solomon, when kings greet and welcome one another with gold. Well, if you're saying I am a philosopher king, where's my gold? I will consider you a philosopher king as well, and we will be having this kind of conversation if you cross my palm with gold. Donate to my channel. I'm kidding, of course. I mean, if you got money, you can donate, but I am kidding. Or am I? Okay. Tonight you are Philosopher King inviting to his table. Oh, I'm glad you think so. I'm glad you find it interesting. And because you find it interesting, we say...
I'm joy maxing, okay? And if I aura mod you because I'm joy maxing so hard
That just sounds like your cortisol levels are spiking
for no reason.
then we are both joy maxing. And if the haters are getting aura mogged, then that's their cortisol levels being spiked. Right?
Can I do my plugs now?
No,
I'm trying to do
no.
comedy career.
No, it's no time for plugs. It's not that kind of a show. Come on.
Well, that's not true because I don't think so.
That's anti-feminist in some way.
You
Anti-feminist.
suck. You're ugly. I'm gonna get your ass.
Oh my goodness. Okay, all because I didn't let him do his plugs. So, once again, our purpose, we've explained in lots of different ways, and of course, verifiable your own. The best way of verifying this is practicing your reading on your dreams. Even if you're not doing dream analysis, I encourage you to at least practice recording them into your phone, into audio as soon as you wake up. Once you start learning how to, well, you learn by doing. Once you start practicing breaking it down through the dialectic, the way we've been reading this text, then you'll be glad that you've been practicing remembering. Because everyone dreams, it's just a matter of practice remembering. Once again, our purpose is to move from ignorance into wisdom, fourth and fifth to second and third, and from wisdom to know the self, which is beyond experience, which means you don't have to let it go. So this holding on loyalty to the experience and our love of that beautiful experience, Philos Sophia, love of wisdom, our desire to get into it, experience it more often, every day if you want to. We talked about how intimate relationships and sexuality can be a method for stimulating the physical energy that you can convert into psychic energy to facilitate this experience. That's the symposium. Socrates reached his enlightenment stages this way, which is interesting. The ideal relationship, love and logos. Bit of a tangent, but what the hell are we talking about? Forgot. I was thinking about someone else. The experience of the whole. Right. Just as we talked about re-experiencing and holding on to in memory truth and beauty as and its distorted reflection in belief, the first hypothesis isn't like that. It's above experience, meaning the limits of experience, every experience has some sort of onset or beginning, has some sort of middle, and concludes. This is the principle of limit. Remember limit and unlimit? Now we're saying, well, hang on a second. If the top is unlimited, the greater, and the bottom is limit, then are you experiencing in the second hypothesis unlimited, but also limited? Yes, that's how you define the peak experience. Even though it's peak, even though it's infinity, and if you've ever had it or your friend has had it, you can use this dialectic to ask them the questions. Did it feel like infinity? Did it feel unlimited? But also it's both the greater and the lesser terms, so it's limited in that it's an experience. It will have a beginning, middle, and end, or limits. One question we're carrying is one of the benefits of moving from that kind of whole, the penultimate spiritual experience, divine luminosity of pure being, to the self, is one of the benefits you don't have to leave it, because it ain't an experience. It's unlimited without or it's free or unlimited. It's the part of the Venn diagram that's unlimited or free without participating in this circle, which is the limit. Or a fun one we're using is whole that doesn't have parts. So if this is beauty that's a whole of all parts, second hypothesis, wisdom. If belief comes from an experience and an imitation, a shape and color, the appearance of our parental figures or priest or whatever, parental figures mainly, priests imitate them, or they imitate each other. But anyway, it's a physical world appearance of beauty that we're loyal to. We can ask the question, that's only a part. We infer the whole. Wow, if this is the part of mummy and daddy being really upset when I was doing understanding, they must be part of a greater whole that I can never imagine. So we accept that rejection of our own understanding, fifth hypothesis, and we infer the whole. There's no whole. Even in the physical world, if I hold up this chicken, you see the parts of the chicken. You infer its whole. You infer its tail and the back, but you can't see its butt. You infer its butt. And even when I turn it around, you're only seeing its butt. You weirdo freak.
Oh, fuck.
But you infer the rest of it. So in that way, we can see how belief fits into the realm of part that's not whole. We use our mind to infer the whole. Time works in a similar way. But so we're saying, hey, we've got a greater model of beauty, a lesser distortion, the cause of our belief, but an ultimate kind of beauty potential in the self. What kind of a beauty would it be without parts? That's a question we can carry. So, notice, what are we just doing? We were engaged in reflection on a model. That's understanding. It's not understanding how many beings there are in China. It's understanding the nature of reality. That's the third hypothesis. It's the activity that reflects on the whole of mind, or the model of mind. As a result, we were not just reflecting on the nature of the greater, by the way, lesser, greater, ultimate, that's our triad. In the basketball teams of units we use for thinking. Only 3 members on that basketball team, which is interesting. Got whole and part, same and different on the team of 2s. The captain is oneness. Let's look at it again. Here we are. So the captain of the team is oneness. The members are whole and part. There's a big team, like and unlike. That's the Venn diagram. The other basketball team is goodness. It's got justice, beauty, goodness, benefit, excellence. Got all the things we seek on it. We seek our good. But truth only has lesser, greater, and ultimate. Only 3 members on that team of truth. And the oneness, goodness, and truth are the captains. It's a fun analogy to remember. So, we're saying that we can use these terms and building blocks, Lego pieces, to what were we just doing? Using understanding to reflect on the nature of mind. That's dianoia, philodianoia, love of understanding. That's the new subject. That's the new study. That's the new way of being. Philodianoia. Not understanding the physical world, but understanding the model of mind. Model of mind. But we also were able to reflect on it in a higher way. Not in it as an experience, but kind of stepping back from it. In doing so, we were able to give birth to questions about the self. What was our question? What kind of if this is the greater idea of beauty and justice, and the bottom is the imitation, the cause of injustice and ugliness in our world. What's the ultimate beauty or ultimate justice? What would it be like to experience ultimate beauty in that level where there are no parts, where there are no limits? See? We've generated a question. If we carry that question and we use the dialectic to address that question, we are meditating on the self, which is our true purpose. Now we've closed the loop. We've said all human beings are in the game of the dialectic on the false idea of self. You're in the video game, you're in Mario Brothers whether you like it or not. You're either meditating on that false idea of self, the mask that you learn to identify with, becomes your personality, your mask, your identity. Or you actually crush them turts and save that princess, which is somehow reflecting on the true self, which you do through understanding. Apollo, we were just doing it. That understanding can be reflected to ousia, or pure mind. We were doing that. And if you use the dialectic, Hermes, in your reflection of mind, Aphrodite, with the understanding from the books we read, Apollo, you master the dialectic, and that's how you return other back to self. Conclusion. You return back to the self. Therefore, if you carry that question as you read Apollo, and you gather the terms Apollo relating to that question about a beauty beyond parts, and you apply Hermes, the dialectic, to it, well, that's what we're after. That's our job. That's you're doing well. That's the thing. That's the meditation on the true self. That's a state. So what are we left with? We're left with two things. We're left with, of the kinds of ignorance, false beliefs, and rejections of higher truth beyond the physical world, the seventh hypothesis is the rejection of the very thing we are supposed to do. It's a rejection of the thing that solves problems and reaches our excellence. So if our purpose as human beings is to move from fourth to third, and there is a kind of fourth that specifically rejects the third in principle, could we say it's the worst kind of belief? Seventh hypothesis, characterized or personifies through religion as God versus Satan, good versus evil, the believers versus the sinners, the Christians versus the heretics, the Muslims versus the heathens or the infidels, the Jews versus the goyim, the Mormons versus the regular underpants wearers, the Scientologists versus the oppressive persons, the OPs, the MAGA versus the woke, the American patriots versus the evil immigrants. You could take this principle and say, where do we get this sick idea that problems are just because some people are just by nature bad and they have evil in their heart? In principle, what we're saying is we all seek the good. It's just that ignorance is a sick or a lesser imitation of the good. True justice and beauty is the greater or the truth of the good. And the self is the ultimate and principle of the good. The good self or the one self or the true self. That's the true nature of reality. Therefore, everyone, whether you're ignorant, whether you're perfecting your wisdom, or whether you are functioning from the ultimate state of enlightenment, everyone's doing third hypothesis. It's the whole thing. Our whole society should be based on the third hypothesis. Understanding, mastering the dialectic, the literal meaning of life, the literal mastery of our self-reflection and language capacities as a evolved species. The literal thing we need to do to solve problems. That's our model of justice. In a just society, a just relationship, therefore, In a relationship, you need love and logos. No logos, you're in a tragic relationship. Therefore, the seventh hypothesis, defined in particular by a rejection of the logos, problems are not that. It's actually a problem of you need to kill more brown people, or kill more heathens, or kill more goyim. Seventh hypothesis. Projected onto the cosmos or reality or the principle of everything as the Satan or the devil. So that's where we're left with. We're left with, if we can test our own level of development of the dialectic by applying it to this, the most important false belief to address as human beings, can we do it? Can Socrates do it? Can everything we've been reading up until this point, the culmination of the book, has everything been in service of this activity? Defeating Satan. Not literal Satan, that's not real. The belief in Satan that causes a loyalty to violence, death, destruction, inhumanity, and a rejection of how to solve problems, a rejection of truth and understanding. Can we defeat the sick idea of Satan? So that's where we're at. Socrates is going to go through a dialectic. We are going to attempt to master it ourselves. Now, we're also carrying the other idea of, hang on a second, if everyone born as a human and or born into a family develops a rejection of that learning, fifth hypothesis, and a loyalty to their own beliefs and the concept of beliefs themselves, and both of those are our problems or ignorance because they reject the third hypothesis, how the fuck can we do it? Or, if this is what we need to share with the world to help people, benefit them, how do we do that? If by being born and being in a family means you're going to reject it. It's a puzzle. The catch-22. Socrates goes one step further. He says, if you can rank the soul's development within this hierarchy, take all these into a ladder, the further up the ladder, the more people are going to be triggered. Trying to find it in the book. Let me find integration maybe, because he said the further you have developed understanding and integrate, the more opposed people are gonna let me pause while I find it. All right, I don't know the key term to search for in the text, but you can find it yourself. The further you are in this ladder of the logos, and the more assimilated, integrated your understanding is, the lower people lower down the ladder, maybe lower, people lower, not follower, L-O-W-E-R space, no, okay, space, L-O-W-E-R. I'll bring it up on the screen. Lower classes of the soul into the more advanced is the cultivation of the soul to realize more fully the destiny of man. That's our highest purpose and goal for everyone. Strives for union with the one itself. Here we go. 108, 218. Ah, I found it. Hooray.
cookie maxing.
Should eat a cookie. In a second. There is and always has been a fear among those in the lower divisions towards those in the higher, and most so towards the highest. And by the way, Jesus, ha 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 ha, says Socrates, I don't think either of us can challenge that after seeing what we went through. So that's recognizing we are going through stages of development, which are divisions that also come with states of mind, and that's the struggle we are in. So, now what's our issue? Number one, the nature of human ignorance is opposed to the very thing that solves human ignorance. Even the best of us were still born human. So what do we do? Number two, those who have managed to reach the higher stages will be, there'll be a fear, sometimes a violent fear, by those in the lower. So if these people that are blocked because we oppose our own development and purpose, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, are met by a 1, 2, 3 person, they're going to be more likely to punch you in the nose than to buy him a coffee. And he should buy him a coffee. Or as Fluna has said, give him gold. This is, I think Socrates says this in the book, in the Republic, sorry. All of your gold, give it to him. You can't take your gold with you, but the kind of learning and development you can go through with a philosopher king, a dialectician, is going to be worth hundreds of lifetimes of suffering. We should give all the gold. So he mentions philosopher king. Yes, instead of giving $1 trillion to the Jewish cabal of Zionist capitalist, whoever the fuck, Epstein Island, whoever, or to Elon Musk or to Bezos or to whoever has all the billions and millions of dollars, pool it together, give $10 trillion to the next philosopher king we find in exchange for him ruling our society. We will make that back 1 billion times over. Even the trillionaires would have a much, 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 much greater life here and beyond. So yeah, good point, Fluna, in the chat. Give the gold to the guy. But the issue is we don't, because our problems are defined by being a problem. A problem is only a problem, not if it prevents you from doing a bad thing, if it prevents you from doing the good thing. And what we are seeing is the principle of goodness is understanding, and the principle of badness is belief. To be able to convince the bad thing is actually good. That can only happen through belief, and is only resolved through understanding. So, catch-22, our problems oppose the third, and if we meet a third person, we are going to be afraid of him and not give him all our gold when we should. Buy him a lovely coffee. So how do we solve that issue? Because we can't, how long can we wait when we have nuclear weapons? So, it is a question, but also it's a question that we can reflect on as we do participate on the third to address the seventh, the belief in Satan, justification for evil, for punishment and evil, used to justify human genocide, war, slavery. We can enslave the blacks because they're less than us, because they're evil, and because punishment. How will they learn? You have to teach the Iranians a lesson by killing their children. So the root cause, we are going to be doing third hypothesis while addressing that root cause, so we can also get the question, how the heck are we doing it? How do we get out of that trap? And is it some sort of stepping out of yourself for a moment, stepping out of your self-identity, your state of mind, your activity for a moment, and looking at it from outside? The same way, when you wake up and you do your dream analysis, you're not in the dream anymore. Could you be stepping out of your idea of self, out of your state of mind, and out of your activities, state of mind, and your functioning, or your activities, let's say, your drama. Do we have to step out in some way? And how do we do that? Is our question. Because the dialectic does not use beliefs or physical things, uses non-physical, has scope over the physical world, but themselves non-physical eternal ideas of pure mind. Does that allow us to step out of our physical life manifestation of our and dreams, physical life and dream, dialectical drama and meditation? Of our idea of self, state of mind, and activities, because we're hung up in it and it will be blocking us. Because the dialectic is non-physical, eternal, ideas of mind, so non-personal, put non-personal in there, I think that's in the text, non-personal or intrapersonal, was a word from the book. Non-personal. I think maybe it was in the midwifery book, but we'll throw it in. Because the dialectic uses non-physical, eternal ideas of mind, non-personal, what we call the self-logos, all of those basketball players on that basketball team, the self-logos terms, or what we can call the selfers. That was a word coined by Pierre. Selfers. Because we use these self-ers, which are non-personal, eternal ideas of mind, does that allow us to therefore step out of ourself and our catch-22, that our problems prevent our participation in what we need to solve our problems? It has a self-perfecting, protecting mechanism. Both, I guess. Step out. Does it allow us to step out? Wait. Of our problem, of our problem or block, And the catch-22, what's that catch-22? Our blocks are blocks because they block understanding. And we've learned to fear understanding and dialecticians. Catch-22 of human problems. The most ignorant are going to hate. Hey, have you ever seen a streamer who's really smart and intelligent and caring and helpful? Or a content creator or whatever? Ever notice that the people who hate that person and troll that person and try and they're not very creative because that requires intelligence? The people who would most benefit seem to hate them. That's the catch-22. Is that a solution? Because the dialectic uses these terms and is encouraging us, inviting us to participate in the dialectic, is that the only thing that can really, well, maybe not the only thing, because there might be other ways of stepping out of your problems for a moment, but is that why? Maybe the only thing. Because if you are able to step out of your problems through psychedelics or something, I don't think it's worth it to then engage in midwifery, because that would just bring you down. I don't know. Well, no, that's not true, because there might be some circumstances where it's worthwhile. But under those circumstances, it would be being led by a dialectician, maybe when you're having a bad trip. I'm not sure about that, but I'm not talking about that now. Maybe not the only, but could this be a, maybe only, or a solution? Because of the nature of the dialectic, it forces us to engage in things that are non-personal, allowing the kind of reflection on ourself. So it allows, therefore, for, what's the dialectic? Ousia and logos. Self-reflection. I need to cookie max. And understanding on those very activities, states of mind, and causal idea of the self. Maybe, I don't know, but it's something we have to deal with. Because, hey, not only does it come up in those content creators I mentioned, or the philosopher kings we need to give all of our money to, and I'm sure he won't want it. Like, what's he going to spend it on? Hoarding it like a fucking capitalist? Why? Stupid. Maybe can give him a nice house to live in. He doesn't spend it at all. There are lots of empty nice houses. People who make him lunch, they get a talk. Win-win.
Die mad about it, bitch.
Whoops.
Win, 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 win.
Win. Sorry about dying mad about it.
Hey, whoa, don't, that's a scary voice, man. Don't do that. Hey, my kids watch this.
Oh my goodness, that was a scary voice. Sorry about your kids watching it. Do you apologize?
Don't be disgusting.
Okay, you don't have to apologize. You're Oracle. You're always right. And an example of what we're talking about, and an example of the Oracle being right, is this one. Always right. Where is it? Cookie maxing.
No, you're not. The personality maxing requires you to look inward on a deeper level, and it's harder to fix because then you have to make fundamental changes to who you are as a person. And it's because it feels like a much more core component of themselves
That they don't want to change. Like, it's like, well, then if I
change this, who am I?
See? Personality maxing is what we call it now because we're cool.
Cool as a cuke.
Is difficult to do because you're identified with this idea of self. That's the cause of your state of mind and your negative activities, which of course we put under the category of belief, or we can see as a belief about yourself. That's the root cause. Harder to do because we think it's me and we're afraid of losing our idea of me. You don't want to die. It's not you that dies, son. So, that's where we are. Can we ourselves do our job and wonder about what it took for us to get to this stage, asking this question. What's this question about? How do humans solve human problems or the catch-22? If they're a human, they're in it. That's the issue. So let's do that. I am going to take a break and get a cookie, and then we will. What's the time? Yeah, okay. Oof, 2.5 hours. It's going to be a long one, but we might as well do it considering we had a big intro. I'm going to get some cookie maxing done.
This is why I love this channel, man.
Because of cookie maxing in RM Brown Loves Treats. Don't you, RM?
If you don't know, now you know.
Now we know he loves treats. We'll take a break, and then we're going to do that, see if we can take this question and with us and practice our dialectic on what might be the most important thing to do it on, the idea of Satan, evil. Hey, ever noticed? Iranians are evildoers, says Trump. Literally, he uses the word evil. And so we have to crush them because you don't educate the devil because he wants bad things. That's important for us to do. You wonder about how we got there while we do it. And I'll see you in a little bit. Pause. There we go. So let's jump down with our question. How do we overcome the catch-22? And is it the dialectic? Catch-22 is you are human trying to solve human problems, but you're a human, meaning you've got that same problem, which prevents you from solving problems. And how do we use the dialectic to slay the devil? Here we go. Let's walk through it and see if we can catch the parts of the dialectic and make it our own. So, mentioned earlier, why don't we read other texts? Why do we focus on the ones we do here? Because, I mean, it's not that we don't read them, it's just that we have to focus our time. Hellenic philosophy and Jesus' own teachings can be seen to be primarily about the self, which is to understand the sacred source through the logos. There's our self and through logos, the self-logos. Yet we do also have the need for presenting a way to confirm what we have said is true. That's right, we've been looking at that. What makes something true? Reason, reflection through words, confirmed in our direct experience, while also appealing to the highest experience and principles derived from it. So reflecting a higher source of truth and its principles. Now, if a work is complete and can stand alone, like the book we're reading, it exists without the need for interpretation. It's self-sufficient, it's complete, it's intelligible in itself, so you don't need to add your own beliefs in there, which is good because that's what we're here to do. Discern the truth, independent from our beliefs, and ideally, if our beliefs are triggered, we can, as we read along with our friends, pull them out. Oh, by the way, you're adding that again. Isn't that interesting? It's a pattern. Great, I can take a note of that. And then in my dream analysis or my midwifery talk, which we have to be doing alongside our reading, I can explore why this particular interpretation keeps coming up. What's its purpose? Now notice, when a problem happens with the idea of evil or Satan, or innate badness, that's behind sexism, women are innately bad, racism, some races are innately bad, etc., etc. So the overarching principle, good versus evil, problems are not a clue that we are excited about that we can use for greater insight to fulfill our purpose, removing the message, removing its cause, our false idea of self. No. It's an excuse for sadists to inflict punishment for their sadistic attachment to hurting people as a mark of knowing, because belief can't reach actual knowing. So all this Epstein shit, all this war shit and capitalist shit and all this shit that we see in our world, it's people who have been blocked from understanding, so they can't reach the second hypothesis, taking as its surrogate, substituting in what they can do. What can belief do? Well, you have to understand a computer to fix it, but any old idiot can kick it over. So, cruelty and sadism as a surrogate idea of knowing is one of the essential issues with belief and all belief-based traditions, including conservatism and religion, etc. That's why they're stuck in that ignorance. Now notice, they act in a disgustingly cruel way. We might call evil for like slang because of how inhumane it is and unjust it is, but it's not actually a true principle of evil. That doesn't exist. To say that and just kill them would be missing the point. We have to address what caused them to function in that way, so we can address the cause to help them as individuals, as well as our society and species. Otherwise, hey, go back in time to kill Hitler. Who's going to take his place? Another Hitler. So, right, but for us, if we do face a problem, it's exciting. It's a gift. Because all problems are not, again, an excuse to inflict punishment caused by the seventh hypothesis, ignorance, that, oh, you made a mistake? It's because you're bad and I get to abuse you. By the way, the stupidest, most cruel and ignorant people are the ones, well, the most stupidest people are the ones who are attached to punishment. They're delighted that they never have to address their shortcomings in their inability to learn or understand. They can just pretend by hurting people. And it might be as a society looking to why those people are attracted to certain positions where they have power over certain vulnerable people. If we were to wake up. Well, let's keep going. So, because we are not stuck in that game, of course, we are here to learn. If a book is complete and self-sufficient and intelligible in itself, it would not need an interpretation beyond its own understanding of our elements of theology. What's that? Understanding the structure and principles used in the book, behind the thinking of the author, behind the thinking of Socrates. And that's what we're doing today. We're looking at the structure of the dialectic and how Socrates is using it to communicate the ideas that he's communicating. Elements of theology. What ideas is he using and how is he using them? If there is any weakness to our theology, then the correction would be added to its explanation and not be an interpretation. It's different, adding to the work. If you can't make any additions, it would be complete. If a work needs interpretation, it's incomplete and needs something added or ignored or rejected. Our work does not need any interpretation. The lowest member of the tribe and of interpreters would introduce their own pathologos into the work. So, interpretation is the introduction of belief, and he's saying, hey, by the way, the lowest is introducing his pathologos, his specific kind of problem. You can introduce societal beliefs, cultural beliefs, religious beliefs, but the root problematic belief behind all of this is the pathologos. The fundamental idea of the self that, again, we are contemplating and meditating on. As Mario Brother in our game of life. Therefore, what we do here is for everybody. So, we've finished our work, but let's discuss another idea, God. Your idea of God is that it is a spiritual force that guides certain people, the chosen people, through history. So, the Christian God's doing this and that to the tribes of Abraham and Jebediah and all that shit, but ignoring the Chinese people. Christian God, not interested in the billion people living in China. The Jewish God wants the Jewish people to rule over all of the Goyim, not concerned with the Norwegians. What are the Norwegians doing? Jewish God doesn't care. Jewish God wants Palestinian blood. All right. So it's an idea of God, very different from what we're learning to see through understanding. But again, it's of the physical world through history. Therefore, likely a projection of or interpretation of physical world. So not the true nature of God or the gods, second and first, but personal pathologos beliefs interpreted as it's not just what I think that I should be in charge, it's God. He told me in magic books. I found it under a rock. They're always finding magic books from God under some rock, aren't they? Anyway, crazy stuff.
That's weird that you think that.
That's weird that you think
You
that.
suck. You're ugly. I'm gonna get
What?
your ass.
Me?
They're completely lying to you. They're completely lying.
Completely lying. That's true.
Funny, cool, and accents. This is. Come on.
Oh, thanks. Although, for me, it's not an accent. So, by the way, everything that we've been learning about as, again, over and over and over, gods are not literal. They are personifications or metaphors to represent, to help us remember and communicate the forces and principles of mind and self and the soul's movement through them. Universal, true, verifiable. Everyone benefits, everyone helps, everyone is here for the same purpose. No need for teams, tribes, gangs, wars, violence, impoverishment. So he's comparing everything that we've learned to this different idea of God that Jesus is very much attached to. Therefore, Jesus is either going to be in. Can you hear the rain? Maybe you can't. It's raining. Been raining a lot in the last few days. So, the 5 classes of interpretation. Here we are. This is the worst category, which is actually number 5. So let's relabel them. What we just read, the lowest member, which is number 5. Complete rejection of the logos or new understanding to introduce their pathologos. See? Is Jesus going to do that? Is Jesus going to offer his alternative pathologos beliefs? Is he going to try and marry the two together? The logos and the pathologos. Sorry, is he going to try and adapt as like a patch on the coat of his beliefs? Or is he going to try and unify the two together? Or is he in that, remember, 4 and 1 standing above? The one that stands above is different from all of the rest, is non-interpretation, but accepting the logos and rejecting pathologos interpretations. Which is he going to do? So, by the way, you have this smelly idea of God that's smelly, that he actually doesn't, it's not a metaphysical force itself, but it guides certain people through history. Smelly one.
You suck. You're ugly.
And you're ugly and you suck.
That's insane. Like, you need help. There's no help, actually. You need a straitjacket.
And maybe you need a straitjacket. And Jesus says, the God I speak of is the creator God of my people. So rejecting that kind of rejection. Has he answered the question? Our God is necessary. Why? To overcome the power of evil. There we go. That is spawned by the evil one, Satan. So, did he address the thing about his God being a historical God, which is true? Nope. So is he offering his alternative beliefs? This is what I think is actually the issue. God is actually this. Stage 4? Has he adapted the idea of history? Nope. So is he trying to unify the two? Nope. Is he actually talking about the idea of the historical God? Nope. So he's either at 4 or 5. Complete rejection of the logos and introducing his pathologos? Maybe. Sounds more like offering alternative beliefs. Now, there is a question. The beliefs that you are offering don't necessarily have to be pathologos. They will, of course, have pathologos as a fundamental causal origin in some way, but not necessarily only pathologos beliefs. So let's just have the word belief just to be safe. Pathologos is a specific fundamental idea of self and reality that you are attached to, identified with, and see through, function through, and don't even know you have. As you there. But of course, you can introduce all sorts of beliefs. So accepting the logos and rejecting pathologos or interpretations. So let's do it that way. All right. Necessary to overcome the power of evil spawned by the evil one. Ooh. Satan. Then God and Satan are not only opposites, but distinct and separate from one another. So what is he doing now? He's taken the logos, the words that Jesus is using, and he is not reframing it, but defining it with this self-logos terms to place him somewhere on the map. So they're opposites, distinct, separate, having a power to be and do what they do. For us, he is placing him somewhere. So let's go back to the hypotheses of spiritual development. Earlier in today, we were talking about someone who's had a brilliant light experience. And we talked about recognizing ourselves. That would be some sort of glimpse into the second hypothesis. So we use our self-logos terms after identifying where he's at. If it was a non-illuminous experience, it could have been a glimpse into the first. But if he talks about light or beauty or something like that, likely second. By seeing where he is, we can ask him the questions to nail down it in understanding for himself. And then maybe next, as Socrates did with Jesus, offer him questions that would help him develop to a higher level about its cause, using the principle as above, so below. Likewise, in this conversation about the difference between understanding the gods, third, and beliefs about gods, fourth, JC was triggered, so he was not able to participate in the third and went into his fourth. And as we're saying, we can further classify kinds of false beliefs. Starts talking about the necessity of this idea of God to defeat the evil one. He's talking about the seventh. What Socrates did was to confirm or use the self-logos so we can identify his position. Also, another benefit of reframing it in those more accurate words, it will allow Jesus to more accurately understand his position, and of course, it will allow him to correct if those words are mistaken. Oh no, I don't actually think that they're this, it's actually this. So it's a win-win-win.
You have the brain of a child.
No,
It's a win-win-win. Win-win-win-win.
win-win-win. See? So, equal and opposite forces. Separate, so no connection, so no logos. Logos is also not equal and opposite, it's greater and lesser. Each have their own independent power, whereas the logos is power derived from the self through mind. So lots of rejections of the principles of the logos. And of course, we can even go back to Socrates talking about how before he got into philosophy, this was the worldview he had. So now, because of we've gone to do further work, we can identify it within the map, but we can actually go back to do an ox herding like thing and understand what it feels like to be in the seventh. Music. So before Socrates came across music, like actual music, like instrument, he talks about his early experiences. In my youth, I heard the repeated refrain that life is empty of meaning and all we face is war, death, and dishonor. See? Our current times. Perpetual war. Inevitable. We have to murder those Iranian school children because honor, patriotism, Jesus, profits for shareholders, keep the Goyim working class down, says Jeffrey Epstein in his emails. Seventh hypothesis. So Socrates also heard this repeated refrain. That's the consequence, that's the worldview, that's the world you feel you live in and you perceive. That no meaning, empty of meaning, key. We call that today black-pilled. If you fancy, if you're cool.
Cool as a cute.
And all we face is war, death, and dishonor. Yep. 2026. The view was held that there is a war between heaven and earth. So this is the cosmology behind it. The view of the cosmos. Between good and evil. And it's unending. Otherwise, why would it be around today and not have been solved a billion millennia ago? Eternal. Always going to be war, forever war. Always capitalism, forever slavery. Always homelessness, forever suffering. Right? That's just the way the world is. It's the devil. It's the devil. The devil is in your heart. It's the devil. Alright. So Socrates also heard this. Heaven and earth, what we are seeing is also can be personified. Again, it's literal for them, but this false belief personified as God and Satan. The conflict was not merely between these mighty cosmic forces. But is also played out within our very souls. The conflict you experience yourself. If you join the forces of good, IDF, American military, or if you happen to be born in the other part of the world, Palestinian resistance, Iranian military. Although, right, in this example, it's the aggressors who are claiming to, so it's the IDF and the Americans who are claiming to be the ones doing the killing for God. If you join the forces of good, although, all religion, not unique to them. If you join the forces of good over evil, you gain heaven. Get them 72 virgins, or whatever the fuck. Or Mormons, that would be rude. Mormons get I don't know what they get in heaven. They get lovely glass of milk, maybe. They if you gain heaven with all the non-believers going to hell, the non-Mormons, their non-magical underpants. However, there was no place or role for meaning in this eternal conflict. No meaning. So we can see the rejection within the hypotheses. Rejection of meaning. That's one way we can understand these negative hypotheses. There's no meaning in the forces of mind that play out over the physical world. Seventh hypothesis. Ninth hypothesis. There's no meaning in the physical world, activity or parts. No meaningful activity. So interesting, the reflection between the seventh and the ninth. We talked about how there's a symmetry between these four and these four. So one way of rejecting the logos, meaning, which is interesting because if we understood this as the dialectic, we'd have definition, demonstration, division, and conclusion. If the self is and if the self isn't. No self, no meaning. So all of these negative hypotheses are if there is no self, then there's no meaning. Isn't that interesting? Whoops, let's get rid of that. We have a new chatter. Welcome, chatter. Hooray. To you, chatter, we say...
Everybody should love sluts. I love sluts.
Keep remembering you have to love sluts. Right?
Oh, very handsome and or pretty.
And you are handsome and pretty. Hey there, I found you through the philosophy tag. Oh, welcome. Do you mind if I ask you your thoughts on a particular topic? I would not mind if you asked. That would be something I would not mind. Now we are about 160 episodes in to learning how to read. Learning to read in a different way that we learn at school. That is, learning to read what's there without interpretation. So at school, it's, what does this book mean to me? And you can just make up any old crap. So we're learning to read, and we're also not just learning how to read, but we're getting important information about the nature of truth and reality and true philosophy in this book. That's a fucking banger. But also we're seeing how difficult it is to get into because human problems are caused by our unsuspected allegiance to personal beliefs about ourselves. That's the fourth hypothesis of the 9 stages of development that humans go through, and causes our fifth hypothesis rejection of understanding. So we can understand the fourth and fifth false beliefs and our rejection of truth to be the cause of human problems or ignorance. And we can even expand that kind of ignorance into 4 extra specific positions. Are you rejecting any meaningful activity in the physical world? If so, you're in the 9th hypothesis, and nihilism. What's your thoughts of free will? Oh, good question. So, what we just described as the root cause of human problems, our false beliefs about ourselves, that becomes the dialectic we live out. In other words, if you plan to do something, you don't think, what can Tom Cruise have for lunch? You think, what can Mr. Cordo have for lunch? So this starts with an image of yourself. Your functioning is through your state of mind. That image of yourself informs your feeling state. From your state of mind, there are certain activities you can do. Really depressed, you probably don't want to go outside. Really scared, you don't want to talk to the pretty girl. And your activity causes a conclusion. Now what we're seeing is that conclusion will end up confirming the first cause, your false idea of yourself. So your whole life becomes a playing out of thoughts, drama, relationships, activities that confirms an idea of yourself that you don't even know you have. You just take it for granted that it's true. So a kind of meditation on an image of yourself And as you grow, it becomes your identity, your mask, your persona, your personality. So your whole life, you become entrenching yourself into a false idea that's the cause of your blocks and problems. So we can say, if that's the cause of human problems, you don't have your problems, it has you. So that dialectic, the structure of reality, plays out. Where is it on the board? Here we go. In your B state, definition, you have a false definition of yourself. We call it pathologos. Demonstration, how does it function? Through your state of mind. How do you act? Division, in all the divisions in your life, in your daydreams, in your goals, in your dreams, according to that state of mind. A rejection of the dialectic, which is true understanding, true thinking, and instead playing out your old beliefs. This is true because I believe it. My mummy said so. We are the Christians. I'm a Christian, whatever. And its conclusion, you'll end up just confirming. Well, first of all, you'll end up in conflict because belief causes conflict always. You're in conflict with your own understanding. But you'll end up confirming that first cause, a self-fulfilling prophecy, further entrenching yourself into a false idea of yourself. Therefore, if you don't examine your life, you're actually living a dialectic that's doing harm. So Socrates says, an unexamined life ain't worth living. So if you are in your B state, you are trapped in what we call fate. You don't have it, it has you. Our goal is to escape fate and try and put ourselves in our good state of mind, sometimes called being stung, puzzled, curious, aporia, or philosophical ignorance, realizing you don't know the self. You've been born into this video game, you don't know what your skills are, what buttons to press. You don't know what the aim of the game is. Is it to save the princess and stomp some turtles? Or is it to defeat the T-virus? Or to win Silent Hill? Or another game? If so, your activity is to read the text we read. You can confirm your reading in your states of mind. So notice the positive kind of activity. So you're doing the true dialectic. Your reading and your reflection, that we can personify with Apollo and Aphrodite, confirm in learning the art of thinking. Like a skill, learning how to think, learning how to understand. That's the art all humans are here for. That's called the dialectic. The very thing we're using to understand the nature of humanity. We can call it Hermes. So while we talked about our self-fulfilling prophecy of ourself, our negative idea of self, we see the conclusion, Hermes, in our true state, takes us back to the one self, the true self, with understanding. So we say self-logos, and we can use the word Zeus to represent that. So that is fate, our freedom. So by reading the text we read and having these kinds of reflection, you will surface your own blocks. Any thought that says, fuck you, I'm not reading that book, I know better, or I know what myself is, you're a dummy. Anything that opposes this activity we've just defined is a clue about what keeps you stuck in your fate. An NPC, there's your no free will, your zombie virus. A virus because it saps your energy and stuff. So those things are clues. Don't take them literally. You're not a bad noodle. You're not a small being. You can do it. You've been taught to fear understanding because that's what it means to be a human. You come in with a false idea of yourself, and being raised in a family, you learn to fear your own understanding, to accept the beliefs of the family clan. It's a way of being that goes all the way back to tribes in caveman days. So if you want free will, Apollo, read the kind of complete, intelligible text we read here. It's a small amount. Socrates, the Balboa translation, and Pierre Grimes. Surface your rejections of that activity. Go through philosophical midwifery, which is the use of that dialectic we get through reading and understanding, applied to seeing the dialectical structure in your problems to free yourself from your fate, your zombie virus. And at the same time, you are developing understanding, dialectic, which you can use that freedom to discover the true nature of yourself. That's the self-freedom we seek. So free will is kind of our goal. The difficulty we are puzzling with today is, if all human problems are our B state that oppose understanding, and the only way to solve your problems is understanding, then we're fucked. We're in a catch-22. We need understanding to solve our problems, but our problems are problems because they block understanding. What do we do? I don't know. But we're going through that process anyway to find an answer to that question. And you can even experience it yourself. What will you do in hearing that the meaning of life is to read these texts together, reflect on it, develop the art of understanding to solve your problems and gain true freedom? Now, the book has been saying you will do one of these 5 rejections of what we just said. How do you know that you create or control your own thoughts? No, you don't. We just said the pathologos feeds you the thoughts. Our job is to reflect on them or to step outside of our identification with them so we can reflect on them metaphorically as a message personified through drama as a story or a myth. Because if we take them literally, that voice telling you you suck, oh, I guess I must suck. You don't suck. It's a message about that voice and why you think it's true and where you got it from. Maybe it sounds like mama or papa or gammy. Gam. Wait. The gammy? No, what was the other? I heard a nice word for grandma the other day. Anyway, that's a stupid tangent. Forget about that. Yes. So, yes, we don't have our thoughts. We can identify with them when we're in our problem. So that's our hypothesis. Maybe the only way out of the catch-22 is to engage in a dialectic, because the dialectic doesn't use anything physical. Your idea of yourself is all physical. You got it from a physical childhood. Shapes and colors, we say. You're motivated by shapes and colors. So because the dialectic, so here is you stuck in your problem. An idea of yourself, causing a state of mind, causing activities, and your problem opposes the dialectic, learning the dialectic. But if you can do the dialectic, it uses non-physical ideas that are non-personal, ideas of mind that are eternal, the self-logos terms or the selfers, which might allow you to step out of your problem for a little while and reflect on it with understanding. Understanding isn't personal. It's true for everyone. So maybe whether or not we engage in dialectic is the extent of the free will we have until we free ourselves from our problems and know the self. So, if that's the case, then we can make a conclusion. That's the last step of the dialectic. If the only activity of free will that we have a choice to participate in is the dialectic, would that mean the meaning of life for human beings is to engage in the dialectic? If it's the only activity that can remove us from our NPC fate, is it another reason why it's the meaning of life? If it's the only thing that solves human problems, we've got 3 separate dialectics that will come to the same conclusion that the meaning of life is to master the art of the dialectic. Hearing that, you will get triggered. Let me catch, I'm behind in your chat. It's commonly held with neurologists that thought is created in the mind before one perceives it as thought. Now, that's what one of the questions we're carrying is, where do thoughts come from? Is it just the mind? Or if mind has some sort of existence, some sort of intelligence, some sort of model or paradigm, such that your thought fits your previous thought, and all of your thoughts fit your life journey, and even the thoughts that you bring into your life from a previous reincarnation all fit together, that's a high degree of intelligence, of connection. And if we can see that the thoughts we get are all messages to help us, if we learn to listen, which is the dialectic, then not only is it incredibly intelligent, it's also caring. The word for caring and intelligence is providence. Therefore, the cause of our thoughts might go beyond even the mind, something beyond the mind that uses the mind to create every moment of reality, like frames in a movie, every thought you get, every daydream you get, every tangent you get, every fantasy you get.
People don't logic
Whoops. Ooh. And every dream you get. Is what we're wondering about. What is the source of our thoughts? And ain't no neurologist going to answer that question. The only way of answering that question is true philosophy or true thinking. That's the dialectic. That's what we learn here. So the neurologist is by definition not talking about mind or self. He's talking about the physical world. So he's going to be limited. He's not going to be able to answer that question. If thought occurs prior to our perception of it and are thoughts created by us, how might this apply to someone with Tourette's or schizophrenia? Same, all problems. Same. This is the nature of human problems. Any physical expression can also be traced to, in principle, any problem, any conflict, anything that's making it harder for you to reach your goals or set high goals or maintain your goals after you reach them is identified with some role you play. What role does it offer you in your life? Being a cancer patient, being a schizophrenic patient. What activity does it allow you to do? What activity does it allow you to reject? That's the role you play. What state of mind are you in that causes you being bound to that role, to that script, to that fate? What idea of the self must you be carrying? The issue is, as we mentioned with our neurologist, our academic tradition is in a kind of rejection of the logos, reason, understanding. We're in the tradition of Aristotle. So, what we have been talking about is the nature of mind and its cause, the self, and our highest functioning understanding, and how to understand fate, our purpose, our freedom, how to understand the cause of our problems. Our world is being currently ruled by fourth hypothesis and fifth hypothesis. Believers, the church, and rejectors of mind and self. Materialists. Aristotle and Justinian. Emperor Justinian killed all the philosophers, banned understanding, murdered a whole bunch of people, and brought in the Dark Ages to found Christianity. Aristotle, the thinker embraced as our model of education because it doesn't challenge the rule of belief. Looking at the material world, physical world. Therefore, the way we reflect on human problems is the medical model. Diagnose an illness. You've got a mental illness. It's like a physical illness. There's something physically wrong with your physical brain because yes, physical world only. You've got this illness or that illness or schizophrenia or blah, blah, blah. Here's a list of, they are borrowing from the medical model because they lack a true model of understanding the soul, the mind, the self. Because psychotherapy is only like 100 and 200 years old, it's really new. They don't have a model yet. We are learning the model. Now, your job is to see how and why that has to be the case. Understand it for yourself. As you understand it, it sounds like you may have a friend in your life with Tourette's or schizophrenia, or maybe you've been told that's the cause of your problem. You can therefore apply your understanding to yourself with the aid of your dreams, should you learn how to use the dialectic to understand your dreams, to test in your direct experience, second hypothesis. Oh, hooray!
Jester Goon maxed.
You've been Jester Goon maxed. So test all of your own understanding in your own direct experience to see if it works. Verify it for yourself, and if you can free yourself from your problem, and if you're able to go beyond to reach the self. Now, you won't do that. I'm telling you now, you won't. Why? Because you have problems. Part of being a human being. Problems are problems because they block that. That's it. Understanding, that's it. Understanding, allowing you to have higher states of mind, free from your problems, and even reach the self. That's it. Our purpose is to master the dialectic. To move from the fourth hypothesis belief to the third. If that's the meaning of life and problems block your meaningful activities, you won't do it. You'll do something else. You'll find people who reflect the beliefs you already have, you already agree with, have a state of being you're comfortable with. That you'll have a relationship with someone like that, someone who mirrors your mum or your dad. You'll join political movements of people who mirror your mum or your dad. So that's why we have to also, as we try and do it anyway, recognize that we have a kind of interpretation or counterattack to the logos. Before we can accept the new, we will first reject the new. Then we'll offer our own system. No, forget that logo stuff. Here's my idea of how to solve problems. We'll offer an alternative of our belief. Then as we learn more, maybe we can progress. If you keep an open mind, you have the courage to keep going anyway. You start to learn more about understanding in the logos, but you're using it to adapt to your old beliefs. Take a piece of it as a patch to the coat you're already wearing. Maybe you get to a stage where you see more about the significance of understanding in the logos and you try and keep them both. Can I be an understanding Jew? Can I be a rational Christian? Can we keep both? Can we have a world where we live in harmony based on truth and understanding, survival, flourishment, happiness, and also keep the old beliefs that cause our human problems? Can we have a rational world and still allow religion? Can we have a just world and still allow right-wing conservative bullshit? Can we have a fair world and still allow capitalism? Can we have a healthy world but still allow sickness? Principles. You can't be sick and healthy. So then hopefully when you realize that, you'll be more open to accepting the new. But you have to recognize you'll go through these stages. It's not a matter of just finding a streamer and hearing the truth and then it changing your world. You got to do the work. So that's about the free will. You don't have a free will. In that sense, this is the fighting back of faith against truth. That's the thing that we call a psychic parasite because it sucks away your free will. Thank you for indulging my questions. Here's one more just for fun.
Where's the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the childlike wonder, dude?
In this question, if you would like to answer. Well, hopefully I'm answering in a way that doesn't answer your question, but gives you things to think about so you can go through the process of answering for yourself. That's the point. Otherwise, it's just another old dumb belief. If you don't already agree with it, then you're going to reject it. So what's the point of belief? Doesn't help anyone. Reject it if it's different. Accept it if it's the same as what you already have. To lose. Anyway, so hopefully I'm answering in a good way. If you could ask an all-knowing life form anything about life, death, and consciousness reality at all, what would you like to know? Why are you interested in what I think about that? What about you? What would you ask the all-knowing entity? See? Giving birth to your questions. To carry a question is to be on a quest. So while we talk about having fun with us reading these texts, or Apollo, learning, reading, and the fun in reflecting on it to bring it together to see how it all fits together, Aphrodite, in a meaningful way, inspiring way, beautiful way, Apollo and Aphrodite, mastering the art of what it means to be a human, the dialectic, and how that dialectic is the method humans have to reach the self through logos. You won't do it unless you have a reason to do it. Your own internal motivation. Why would you? I'm just a guy. Socrates is just a dude. But if you can give birth to your own question by answering this question you've raised, and you carry it, it might inspire you to keep going. Maybe that's a possible answer to our catch-22 question. If we're fated to have this rejection to the dialectic we are supposed to master, how do we escape the catch-22? Maybe a question? Personally, I would want to learn all I could about reality, so long that it would not harm me in any serious or existential way. That's a fantastic demonstration. See, our language is our tools. Can you step out of your answer for a little bit and reflect on that answer and see it holds two aspects? It holds a learning about reality. That's what we call the logos. That's what we're after. That's the arts. That's the question you can carry. But also a fear that you may be harmed in some way. You might lose yourself or lose the dearly held beliefs you need to hold on to be an accepted member of the family, to get money, to go to heaven. Can you see how that fear, pathologos, false belief, may, as you carry that question and read and learn and practice the dialectic to answer that question, to understand and know, confirming your experience, Apollo and Aphrodite, Logos and Usia, the nature of reality, at every stage of that development, that fear that has even come up a little bit at the start might come up stronger and stronger the closer you get to your goals. To the point where if you have to separate from your body or experience a higher dimension, the fear that you would be harmed by spirits or devils or demons, or you would lose yourself in some existential way, might even block you from having that enlightenment experience. Potentially, right? Stepping outside of it for yourself for a while and looking at it, if you were looking at these words that you saw in that last chat message from somebody else. We have to do that, it seems, to be able to play. Therefore, we might come to a conclusion that this mastery of understanding that we are developing, the dialectic, needs to be applied to both the logos, or developing understanding that we can use to answer these questions we carry and give birth to these questions we carry, as well as giving birth to our fears, blocks, doubts, and confirming these in experience, not confirming them in the experience of what they say because they're not true, the false beliefs, confirming it in experience about what it feels like to be free of them. Whereas, symmetrically but opposite, in a higher sense, our confirmation of our true understanding is confirmed in blissful experiences or peak experiences, or that which is the cause of even them, even higher than experience. And if it's the same dialectical structure of reflection needed to do both, it sounds like for the fourth time today, or the fourth time in 20 minutes, we've come to the conclusion that the meaning of life is to master, once again, the dialectic. To apply to that question, to answer it, and apply to the second half of your words to free yourself from your fate or block. Make sense? Now, one such pathologos belief that's very similar or may even be the same as your one, maybe there's some spirit or that will harm me if I eat from the tree of knowledge, the devil will get me. Socrates also had that belief. If this life form was all knowing, it might know what information would be dangerous. What information would be dangerous? I don't understand that. I'm effectively, well, maybe like a blindness, lack of information, like knowing how to make nuclear weapons without knowing the nature of the self or the nature of why we should be using it. Maybe a lack of information could be dangerous. I know that's not a worldview I have, so I would have to ask you more questions about what do you find dangerous about information. Sounds like something a priest would say. Oh, you can't know that. Or a Scientologist cult member, leader. No, you have to be Thetan level 80 to have this information. Why hoard information? Why not tell the truth? I'm effectively trying to minimize the potential of a monkey paw scenario. Sort of careful for what you wish for. If this entity told me that the truth was too dangerous, then I would politely decline. Yeah, right. So yeah. The closer you get to truth, therefore, could you see that this fear of truth being bad or dangerous, you would have to address that. So yeah, exactly the nature of all human condition. Everyone, we're all taught truth, understanding, knowledge is bad. Because if you understand and know, why would you believe your parents? Why would you believe the priest? Why would you believe the rabbi? Why would you believe Trump? Why would you believe Netanyahu? Why would you believe the grifter, the capitalist, the scammer? King, clergy, capitalists. Therefore, if the nature of human problems is a loyalty to beliefs, it comes along with a fear of understanding. So you'll have to address that fear. Or you will spend your life adding all of your life energy and psychic energy into maintaining that false idea of self and reality that tells you fear truth. You're a slave, you can't know. Know your fucking role, slave. Don't ask questions. You go to hell if you ask questions, says the priest. You go to concentration camp, says Trump, if you ask questions of ICE or of the Epstein files. It's always the same. Eat from the tree of knowledge, you'll go to hell. Did they? Nope. If you read the Adam and Eve story, they don't. God was lying. Priests don't tell you that because they're lying. Why would we lie? Perhaps fear is sometimes a good thing. Yeah, so you would have to ask yourself, who taught you this? Where did you learn that from? Does it sound convincing? By the way, when you speak in that way, this is the kind of reflection you would have to go through. When you say this kind of thing, you are engaged in a division, a role. You could ask, what role are you playing when you say it's good to be afraid? If you imagine talking to a kid, it's good to be afraid. Fear me. You should be afraid. You see a kid patting a dog. Don't pat the dog. He could bite your face off. Be afraid of the dog. What role are you playing to that kid? Because you're playing it to yourself. Notice, I'm asking you a question that allows you to step out of the identification with the role by imagining it in a funny scenario, talking to a kid patting a dog. That's a question about your role. You won't answer that question unless you see the consequence. If you have a potential to meet this wise being and ask these questions, what would happen? Fear him. Run away from him. Whenever you are in heaven or hell, you are still a slave. Who told you that? So long as there is God as your owner. A car about to hit you. Is it bad to feel fear? Fear might save you or others. Would that be fear? How about an intuition of danger? You don't want to be a deer in the headlights, right? Right? In other words, you don't want the fear to prevent you from doing something. That's not the question. Well, okay. The question is in regards to information about your question, to answer your question about the truth of reality. What would happen if you fear asking that question? That's the conclusion. The next is, what role are you playing when you tell yourself it's good to fear? Imagine somebody telling it to a kid and you're looking on from the outside. Next, now that you've seen that it will have a negative conclusion, now that you see that it plays a negative role, you could ask yourself, have there been other times when there's been something meaningful in your life and you've told yourself it will be too scary or you might lose yourself or something like that? And has it functioned in a role, division? Notice there's only 4 categories of the dialectic. In a role in a similar way that's caused your block or conclusion. Fate. Has that kept you trapped in the same kinds of goals you can and cannot reach? Fate. If you see that significant, you can ask the next question about the state of mind you are in. But you can't do that unless you're reading the books we're reading. Because unless you are reading these books, you have no source of learning about truth. You need to be reading an intelligible and complete book. Because only then can you reach your goals. Apollo. If you don't think you can ever answer these questions, there's no way of answering that question, why the heck would you go through the activity of removing your fear, removing that role of teaching fear to yourself and others, and removing your fate? Why? That will require time and effort and curiosity and fun and learning. Fuck that. Watch TV. Don't have to do any of that when you're watching TV. But if you actually are engaged in some seeking of your true highest goals with excellence, no half-assing it, no just good enough bullshit, reaching your highest goals, answering this question completely, not accepting a bullshit answer. Unless you're doing that, why you lack the stakes for removing your fate, for freeing yourself. Therefore, once again, you can't solve your problems, remove your fate or your blocks to free will unless you are also learning the logos. You can't do one without the other. Therefore, you can understand the meaning of life in 2 words, logos and pathologos. You can even understand it in 1 word because dialectic is for both. If you see that your pathologos or logos will define your image of yourself, your states of mind that are caused by that image, and your functioning caused by that state of mind, that there is an ideal, knowing the self, knowing reality, answering that question you've asked, and being able to function through it, first, second, and third hypothesis, or your false belief, fourth hypothesis, your family states of mind, fourth hypothesis, and your belief-based functioning, fourth or fifth hypothesis, then you can recognize that you can understand the self as three parts: self, mind, functioning, existence, power, and activity, to use the elements of theology, principles that apply to everything. Therefore, the one dialectic applied to the two activities that manifest as three features of self. And what we've just said is the way that we reflect on those things was to see your conclusion, asked you questions about how will that end if you don't address if you keep that idea of fearing information. What role do you play? Division. Can you imagine telling a kid that? Happily patting a dog and you say, you must fear the dog. How's that kid going to relate to the dog? If you're open enough because you're also seeking your goals, you might want to reflect on its cause, that state of mind. That state of mind will ask you a similar question about roles. Does that state of mind have a past? Do you remember trying to talk to a beautiful girl and feeling that state of mind of fear? Applying for a job you want? Playing a game you want? How's it been playing out in your dreams? Once you've noticed it's a reoccurring pattern, you've got the origins of a problem. A problem isn't a one-off, it's a cycle. Say this reality were a simulation, a sim generated by a titanic life forms. A sim in which your consciousness could be transported and modified. Maybe becoming too smart may ironically put one in greater existential danger. Just a scenario I might imagine, yeah. That's great. So you can take your fear, pathologos, and mythologize it. Tell a story that shows a conclusion, being further imprisoned by the titanic life forms because of the role of being a rebel, trying to understand the meaning of life or reach your goals or do something good. The states of mind you go through in that drama, that's mythology. You've just done a mythology about your problem. That is religion. That's religion. The pathologos, false beliefs of a person personified within a story, playing out cosmically also with God and the devil or titanic life forms, that's religion. You will be stuck in that religion if you take it literally. If you reflect on it as a metaphor to represent what we've just talked about as the dialectical life you're living, your fate, your conclusions, the role you play, the states of mind you play, and by the way, you can change that mythology, tell the story at the beginning, and then make the main character go through the dialectical reflection on your pathologos called midwifery and overcome his problems. That would be a fantastic work of art that would help you reflect on your own journey, but also share it with others to share this learning and understanding you've developed with humanity. You'd be creating works of arts that can live long beyond your death and benefit humanity. Provided the main character in this world that you create in the first half of your book goes through the hero's journey. The overcoming of these things. And of course, you won't be able to write about it unless you do it yourself. So it's a win-win.
Win-win-win-win-win.
Win-win-win-win-win. Because you might get money and become a famous film director if you sell the rights.
It's a win-win.
Win-win.
It's a win-win-win-win-win-win.
Win-win-win. Now, the next stage of reflection that you and the main character in your myth that you're creating would go through is that state of mind when you're playing that role. Does it have a past? If you've ever seen the Avengers movie, the last movie, Captain America, Thor, and Iron Man have to go into their past to talk to their parents to address their problem. It's kind of like that, except we're adding understanding into the mix. I imagine it gives many people comfort to believe that the metaphysics is metaphorical and not potentially literal. No, the story is metaphorical. Metaphysics is an understanding of the principles of self, mind, what you call reality, understanding reality, the map of everything, and our functioning as a soul in the physical world, moving through the development of mind to the self. That's metaphysics. Technically, metaphysics is the aspects of mind. So when you're talking about its cause, you've gone beyond metaphysics. Those aspects and principles and forces have a life force, an existence, a power. We can represent them as the gods. That's theology. A metaphorical representation of the forces of reality that we can all understand, and we should understand because that's our job to move through them as a developing soul. Literalism is being an idiot. You think Zeus was actually throwing fireballs or lightning bolts? You think Jesus was actually magic? You're an idiot. What the Greeks call being a savage. A savage is taking beliefs literally. The idea of a god or gods would be terrifying. Well, of course, given your mythology. If you were raised in this mythology, it wouldn't be. Oh, unless you mean if they're literal. It's more comforting to not actually consider that potential. Okay, yeah. So, notice. Comfort. What role does the state of mind of comfort play? Would the main character in your film be told by his family members, don't challenge the Titanic ones, by developing understanding and gaining freedom from their slavery and leaving the Matrix? Hey, be comfortable. They're offering you a role as a Nazi soldier. Just kill the other non-Nazis and you get a comfortable life. Now, I switched analogies. I jumped from your metaphorical world, your mythology, to the literal world, where that's what Trump is offering to the ICE agents. Murder all these brown people in America, keep everyone homeless and starving, and maybe we will spare you until we don't. Same thing with Netanyahu. Kill all these Palestinian children, and maybe you can live a comfortable life. So that would be a state of mind that you would have to address if you're interested in learning. And I would ask you the same question. What role does it play out in your present? Does it have a history through your past? And by the way, the main character in your Titanic mythology sounds like a good book. I'd watch the anime. I'd be interested. Would have to see that role as well. You would have to reflect on that state of mind. The next questioning in the dialectic is cause. Dialectic is a moving through cause and effect. It's rationality. So what was the earliest you have that state of mind of just be comfortable and stupid, or comfortable and afraid, or comfortable and ignorant? Where did you first learn that? When's the earliest you can remember? And that can take some work and some time. You can speed that up if you do your dreams. If you reflect on your dreams every night, you'll get more and more clues about that. That's where it goes. It could be a lifelong journey, or you can do it quickly. You can move in a cumbersome, clumsy way like a tank, or you can move quickly like a rogue or a thief. Up to you. How much of your time do you want to invest in it? Do you want to have a relationship with someone who's equally open to it? You move quicker. Those are the friends you want to make. And are you going to ignore or pay attention to your dreams? It might be more comfortable to ignore them until it's not. until you get a nightmare. Because that early origin scene or demonstration, you can then use that dialectic that you've been learning as you seek your meaningful goals logos, and as you apply it to your problems pathologos. Hopefully you've mastered enough, or you're open to it enough and you found another dialectician, a midwife, that they can ask you questions about that origin scene, the earliest time. So it's your time machine, that state of mind, your DeLorean from Back to the Future. What was actually happening in that scene, let's understand it properly, not through interpretation and belief, but accurately, and see what definition of the self you must have inferred to keep that comfortable, ignorant, afraid role within your family when you were 4 or 5 or something. The inferred self. And what we are saying is it's the same game for the true self. Your highest successes, the art of dialectic. From your activities, dream analysis, reflection, reading with us, reflecting with your partner and friends. Creating a greatest state of mind. Not the earliest state of mind that's causal of your life, but the ultimate state of mind that's causal of everything in reality. And once again, using our dialectical art to it, similar as what we did with our midwifery talk, to see what we can infer about the self. It's not an experience, because the highest experience is the state of mind. As we do those things, we can map our development. So we've got 1 dialectic, 2 categories, 3 aspects of the self, either in the, notice it's scope. So the dialectic has scope over these 2. The logos has scope over everything that follows, just as the pathologos has scope over everything that follows. That's the hierarchical nature of the pyramid. So there's a pathologos version of these 3 states of self and a logos version of these 3 states of self. Most human beings are meditating on that pathologos one. We want to meditate on the real one. So that pathologos and those states of that idea of self manifests in this 4-part dialectic of human life, both in its positive and negative, logos and pathologos. And as we go through those 4 stages, we can see that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stages of development we go through, called the 5 hypotheses of Parmenides. But at every stage, there is 5 kinds of interpretation, rejections. I don't like that, you suck. Rejecting the new truth. Introducing your own pathologos. I'm too afraid to listen to you, and you stink. You say to me,
What is this? The damn Opie and Anthony? Okay, whatever.
well, you think, Opie and Anthony, get out of here, you jabroni. And then, of course, offering your alternative beliefs. Oh, I'm listening to you. I'm not rejecting you, but here's what I think is the case. I think this is the case. I believe the world is this way. I believe in these life forms, and I believe that fear is good. So you'll offer your own beliefs instead of what you just went through with understanding. You'll say,
Disgusting. I'm so disgusted.
I'm so disgusted. I will be transparent in my views. No, you already are. You're answering the questions honestly, and we can determine from your words what state you're in, 5th, 4th, 3rd hypothesis, or 1st, or 2nd or 1st. But we also have to determine what level of participation in the understanding you are in. Are you completely rejecting what I'm saying? Doesn't seem to be. You're still here. Unlike most people. Are you offering your alternative beliefs instead of the new? Seems to be what you're doing. What about this? What about this? What about this? Are you taking some of what we're saying and adapting that to suit your old beliefs? Don't think you're there yet. Are you trying to keep everything we've said about this pyramid and about the Logos and adapting it to suit your own beliefs? Are you saying, yeah, no, I agree that we have problems and there has to be a cause of that, and we have our ultimate goal or purpose and there has to be a reaching of that, but actually you can't reach it until you have Jesus in your, I don't know what yours would be, but yeah, see, I don't know how you could keep the idea that you have to be afraid of information and still understand. So I don't think it's going to be hard for you to get to the second. Trying to unify the new with the old. The ultimate where you want to be is rejecting your old beliefs and accepting understanding. But you will go through those 5 stages. So there's the pyramid. 1, dialectic. 2, goals you have to be participating in. Purifying your pathologos beliefs and perfecting your logos understanding. Removing your false triad of the self, mind, and functioning. Reaching their truth. You play that out in your lives, daydreams, fantasies, night dreams, every relationship. Indoctrinating yourself into one or the other. Your choice. That seems to be the only real choice of free will. Of course, the difficult choice requires you to practice courage, keeping your cool, temperance, following the logos and not your beliefs, wisdom, and doing it at all times, justice. Those are the 4 virtues Socrates says that you practice. You don't have to be ready for them, you just start them now because it's a practice. And as you go through that, you can map your journey with these 5 maps of the logos and 5 maps of pathologos interpretation. And as you're saying, you can use that map to map your storyboard of your anime or your film or your drama or your story of this character waking up in a world run by titanic entities that oppose people's learning. Allowing you to fulfill your human purpose, to remove yourself, your false image of the self, gain mastery of the logos and return to self, but also contribute to the human race by sharing these works of literature, of fun. I'll be transparent. I am a non-Christian agnostic. I do not believe Jesus created the literal phenomena that is described in the Bible. Yeah, good. Did he say he created it all? He was quite magic. I hear he's quite magic. People say he's magic and they say...
Imagine people changing their positions and improving for the better.
But they also say...
Where's the joy? Where's the wind? The problem is that you can't reason someone out of a position that they didn't reason themselves into.
No, those are all good things. I'm on the wrong part of my soundboard. Those people don't say that. They say...
Well, that's not true because I don't think so.
Yeah, that's better. Bible, but it is not possible that some individuals such as Jesus, Buddha, etc. might have received more direct and literal communication from larger lifetimes. Oh, is it not possible? Yeah, sure. It's what we've been exploring in this book, in fact. Jesus seems to have had a glimpse into a second hypothesis state. Mind knowing itself. Non-physical. But of course, he doesn't develop understanding. He, in fact, becomes more entrenched in his beliefs. So after his transfiguration experience, his brilliant light experience, he rejects Logos, doesn't understand it. He says, well, I'm the next coming of Elijah. He becomes attached to his Jewish pathologos beliefs. So, a cautionary tale. Buddha, same thing. Having a glimpse of truth isn't the same as nailing it down in understanding. Having a glimpse of true reality isn't the same as using the logos and dialectic to go to its cause and understand what you've just experienced by going beyond it to its cause. Do you really understand bread unless you're also reflecting on the fact that it has a baker? Or is your understanding lacking? By the way, having a glimpse as a Buddhist or whatever isn't the same as using that dialectical understanding to also address your problems. Hey, apparently a lot of gurus have problems. Some of them appearing on the Epstein files. Every anime has a guru who has a problem. Pervy sage for Goku and Naruto. Gambling sage, Tsunade in Naruto. The drunken master. That's what we're doing. We're seeing, can we understand our high experiences, facilitate our own experience of them, nail them down in understanding, go beyond them to a higher state beyond even experience, and also use our learning and dialectical art to surface and remove our blocks along the way and our problems that might manifest. And we can remember all that. What's this guy over here doing? I don't know why he's there, so we'll get rid of him. So we can remember all that with this triad here, the first two of the pyramid. And you can expand it out as you learn. So it's a win-win.
It's a win-win.
Holy crap, we're 4 hours in and we haven't gone through much reading. Maybe... Oh, should we keep going? Alright, we'll keep going. We'll do a mega stream today, why not? I'm gonna pause for a bio break. I'll be right back. So, still in the seventh hypothesis. What's the time? We might not go through the arguments of the dialectic itself. We'll see. I've still got some coffee to drink, so
He's so far up his own ass.
I apologize.
Brain rot escalates.
Maybe we'll get to it, but we are seeing what it feels like to be in the seventh hypothesis, because Socrates was in there too. Oh, and I got a Bob Ross emoji. Oh. What does he say? He says, "That's a lovely bush."
Some goons and some gooners and some weirdos.
He's a weirdo if he says that all the time.
Dumbass.
Jesus.
You've been a bad little girl and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now.
Don't spank him. Now. So, life was empty of meaning. All we face is war, death, and dishonor. Again, does it depict the people in power of our world? Does it depict many people in our world? The idea of, hey, our friend in chat, maybe there are evil spirits in higher dimensions, or a problem or something to be afraid of with knowing the truth. Like the Bible, eat from the tree of knowledge and you'll go to hell. That didn't pan out that way because God was lying in that story, even though it was a made-up story. So we're very familiar with it. There was a war between heaven and earth, and it's between good and evil, and it's unending and it's eternal. Of course it is, because there's always more profit to be made from war. The conflict is not merely between the mighty cosmic forces, but it's played out in our very souls. And we had a fantastic demonstration of that in our chatter today. So he can say, I'm as wise as Socrates was when he was younger. If you join the forces of good over evil, you gain heaven, with the non-believers going to hell. Of course, justifying many terrible things happening right now. Of course, there was no place or role for meaning in this eternal conflict, right? Just more money to spend on bombs. And certainly there's no escape. What? Surely there's no way we can actually insist on a model of understanding, including understanding the root belief behind the conservatives, capitalists, and clergy. There's no escape. Hey, maybe you get a nice job as an establishment Democrat, so you can be a little bitch and not speak up. Thankfully, Socrates learnt some more. The believers condemn all those who oppose them. So, fifth and fourth. No meaning, No meaningful activities, fifth. Fourth, belief. The kind of ignorance, those are the definition of ignorance. The kind of ignorance is seventh. The believers condemn all those who oppose them. And I stayed with this early group since there was no meaningful alternatives open to me. One of the reasons we have this channel is to offer a meaningful alternative to those who seek meaning in their lives. Have a positive life and death and beyond. Positive relationships. Maybe contributing to humanity in some way. Maybe meeting like-minded people to explore truth and justice with together. And I haven't heard that people are sending emails to Mr. Twitch, Peter, I think his name might be, saying that I should have more Twitch followers. That's on you.
They're completely lying to you.
Yeah.
They're completely lying.
And those who are saying that they have been writing the emails are lying.
Hey, whoa, don't, that's a scary voice, man. Don't do that. Hey, my kid.
Sorry. Who kids?
Oh my fuck.
Oh my fuck.
She's a moron. She's a bonked on the head individual, BHI. I coined that.
No.
It's sad. And I'm sad for you.
Sad for you if you think that. So, then he was drawn to music and became interested and enchanted by that. And then he talks about his movement from... So, we talked about people in the ninth hypothesis needing to engage in some sort of conversation with somebody else because their worldview is so closed, because it's in opposition to meaningful activity in the physical world. Maybe Socrates is saying the seventh hypothesis is another one of those kinds of human problems, which would fit with what we've been seeing so far today, in that it is a kind of symmetrical reflection. There are lines of symmetry here. Seventh hypothesis reflecting the ninth. We know that nihilism needs another person. Someone in chat said they need to offer me gold pieces because I'm King Solomon of philosophy. And I will take those gold pieces, or I will take a coffee if they're buying. It hasn't happened yet. Gold pieces hasn't happened, but we can hope and pray. Nonsense. Sorry, that was a garbage tangent.
Like literally suck my dick, dude.
Oh, I deserve that.
Gooners.
Goodness. Going crazy. I've had too many chatters. I've had 2 in one day. I'm going mental. So, if there's a symmetrical relationship between the seventh and ninth, maybe it's the same sort of a thing. Socrates was stuck in this. There's no meaning, which is interesting because both seventh and ninth are in the parts activity. No meaningful activity, if that's your worldview, maybe that activity has to come from another person. Maybe that's a principle. So a ninth hypothesis person who rejects the activity in the physical world, any meaningful activity in the physical world, might be similar to a seventh hypothesis who hasn't no any mental meaningful activity in the world. There's no activity of mind open to him, meaningful activity of mind. But then if that's the case, we've noticed a pattern. Maybe is the third and the fifth the same thing? If a fifth hypothesis person, his worldview is there may be a mind and self, but we are not connected because we are ourselves only parts. We can only do activities in the physical world. Because I need someone saying, hey, have you heard of this meditation group so you can jump from the fifth to the fourth or the third? With that sort of person. In other words, those people who say, oh no, there's no spirituality, or if there was, God has long since abandoned us. Is that a self-enclosed position and they need someone else? So, oh no, I've actually seen that. Or I've done this yoga. I'm in this group you can join. Is it similar for the third hypothesis? Excuse me. While we can engage in reading and understanding Apollo, and we can even engage in dialectical freedom from our problems, does there come a time where we get a second hypothesis gift, not from someone else, but from mind or self? So that it's not our understanding or dialectical reflection on the self and mind that's the cause, but allowing for our receptivity. Therefore, we as a soul in the physical world don't cause divine illumination. It's a gift. There is an expression from Socrates, or Pierre Grimes, one of the two. Now, there's no method to reach the self. It's like a ripe fruit that drops when it's ready. When we no longer cling to the branch. Now we can wonder about that metaphor. We no longer cling to our fourth hypothesis, false beliefs about ourselves. That could be a nice letting go. Now, it's a theory. As we progress and learn as a dialectician, we might see that might be a position for these four positions that they require a external person or force or insight. Maybe. It does seem like 9th and 7th at least it works for. So here is Socrates as an example. Came across a musician, became enchanted by her. I've heard of that happening. I myself became attracted to those musicians who were able to capture a beauty that moved my soul. Here was a creation alive and present in the moment, only to disappear nearly as fast as it came into being. Here I could see that some musicians had reached out and touched something wondrous. And this they brought into being from somewhere unknown even to themselves. There, as I said to myself, must be. Excuse me. Something few want to acknowledge. Here is a beauty I realized emerged from a structure that exhibited principles of harmony. So there we go. Talking about understanding, third hypothesis, Apollo reading, Hermes dialectic, a structure of harmony, of rationality, from which an emergence of second hypothesis mind can come. So maybe that blows a hole in our theory. You can create a harmony of understanding that from which emerges a beauty of beauty itself. Maybe. Although the symposium talks about stages of development of understanding and beauty or love and logos to a stage of reflection where you are now receptive. So that does go back to our theory that maybe these four requires a outside influence. Interesting. I hoped harmony was itself a reflection of some higher and truly existing order and intelligibility. Yes, it might be dimly perceived, but nonetheless, it was there to be participated in. That's what we're doing here. We're participating in this harmony. That music is itself a reflection of. It was impossible to carry the music away, yet its beauty lingered on long after the last string was played. I knew then that since there is a beautiful music, that beauty must foreshadow an intelligence to cultivate. There must be two intelligent forces, I reasoned. One glimpsed through music and another more profound, waiting to be discovered. So here he is freeing himself from the seventh hypothesis due to an influence of a musician, but he seems to be doing the work of the dialectician, which is interesting. Now, that's what we're also going to be learning. If Socrates is addressing a similar worldview, well, the same worldview that Jesus has and has identified his whole religion and way of being around, is Socrates now playing that role that the musician and himself as his own dialectician did to Jesus? And if we are going to learn it, can we do the same thing to ourselves? Maybe you grew up in, well, almost certainly you grew up in a world heavily influenced, if not ruled, by this worldview. Punishment. Parents, did they punish you? Teachers? Justice system? Prisons? Fines? Your government? Bombing people? So maybe we all have to go through it. So, and then not just an insight into something harmonious and beautiful. Hey, maybe the conversation we've had with our two friends today in chat, was that beautiful? Was there a harmony in that? Was it meaningful? Did you see anything of yourself in it? When it finished, you couldn't take it with you, but is there something about it that lingered? If so, can you ask this next question? Was that harmony, either of the music or the conversation, reflective of a greater harmony called, well, we're not naming it yet, but yeah, is there a higher intelligent harmony that you can participate in? These reflections were sufficient to end my kinship with my young friends. So there you go. You might have to leave your fourth hypothesis clan members and find better friends over this line. Finding no kinship with this group, I was open to seek other views more akin to what I had found through beauty. Everything changed when I heard someone at the Agora, that's the town center where people come and chat, mention something that seemed very strange to me, yet it had an instant acceptance as something that must be true. Ooh. A kind of recognition or intuition of a truth beyond your ability yet to understand it. I've heard of this happening to people who come across a philosopher or a dialectician, and it just feels true in a weird way that no other thing has, yet you don't understand it. Maybe you can imagine yourself in the future doing something similar or understanding it. Kind of glimpse through the window before walking through the door. A young woman whose voice rang with integrity and truth. She said, "The whole of God that sees, thinks, and the whole of God sees, hears, the whole of God sees, thinks, and it is the whole that hears." I recall vividly that it caused me to turn around and wonder, turn about. If I could carefully watch each thought and each thing I say and hear. So maybe that helps our question. How do we escape catch-22? Drop the literal and turn about. Where's our character? Where's our dude? Here he is. Turn about and reflect on the things you hear and see and think. Watch the watcher. Bulbasaur. If so, I could discover what it was that was experiencing these things. Goes, I hope our friend is still watching from chat who talked about where his thoughts come from. He had a question about where his thoughts come from. And I encouraged him to keep it as a question. Or if I didn't, I do now. Because then you could be like, I'm just like Socrates was at this part of his life. If so, I could discover what it is that was experiencing these things. Surely, after such questionings, I could easily see that what was doing these things was one, and not a warring god that drives a terrible fury within one's soul. So it seems to have removed himself from that seventh hypothesis, which seems to be maybe that plays into why Socrates is able to have this conversation with Jesus in regards to the seventh hypothesis, the belief in evil or the devil. Because Socrates has himself gone through it and knows what it's like to go through it and what's required. Maybe? Interesting though that we are getting a depiction of what it feels like prior to us going through it rationally in the dialogue itself. Kind of like a prelude. Prequel. Amuse-bouche of philosophy. So, we're not at war. This unending war within our evil nature. Oh, I'm a sinner. I need to whip myself and accept tyranny from Trump because I already believe I'm less than. So I'll accept ICE. I'm my teacher. I already believe that I'm less than. So I'll allow these fucking stupid, ignorant, sadistic fucks to abuse me because I'm already trained to accept that from childhood because of this sick seventh hypothesis belief in the existence of evil and Satan. Pretty gross, huh? So, there isn't a warring god that drives a terrible fury within my soul. Awakened to learn more, I heard Jed's philosophy podcast where we read stuff. Oh wait, that wasn't there.
Cookie maxing.
Cookie maxing.
I have a sickness for the thickness.
You have a sickness for the thickness. This very notion, Heraclitus said wisdom is one to know the intelligence by which all things are steered through all things. There's an idea of intelligence, there's an idea of one, there's an idea of the one seeing through or knowing that intelligence is at the first and second. Further distinction of what is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking. An evolving of this question. This very notion of the one intrigued me, and when I heard that Parmenides was visiting Athens, or had a Twitch stream, I knew what course I must by all means follow. He came with Zeno, and led us through his idea through which all things became clear to me. For what else was left for me than to see as he saw? So what else is left? In other words, the last stage. To see as he did. How does he see? That's what we are doing. So once again we can say, we're just like Socrates. Recognizing what else is there other than to see through how he saw. These 5 or these 9 hypotheses are the hypotheses of Parmenides. His idea of self, the 4, if it exists, both in reality and its physical world reflection and distortion, appearance, and the 4 that opposes those 4, if it doesn't exist. We're on number 7. So, we're just like Socrates, as someone meeting Parmenides. His method was the dialectic. All right. And that was enough for me to realize that to know the mind through the mind is to realize its very source. Second hypothesis, to know the mind through the mind. Or first, if we are seeing the source even of mind. So the source mind or the source of mind. second and first. As for dreams, they played a major role in my life, but they came after I learned about the Parmenides. So there's our question. If the most significant thing we can do is our dream work, allowing us to move quickly like a rogue or thief, and not like a laboring, cumbersome paladin, what is the significance of having met Parmenides and learning the dialectic first, allowing us to translate or read without interpretation the meaning of our dreams? Okay, then he goes on to say the idea of self. There's no true philosophy without the idea of self, and you bringing him to see through the dialectic. What can be said of the one is also the self. Can also be said of the self, so there's our one self or first hypothesis. The one self functions as the most, so there's our first hypothesis. What can be said of the one is the self. Can be also said of the self. Its functioning is the most brilliant divine luminosity. So what's he going? He's doing it. The functioning of the self is the second. He revealed through his dialectic that between any two moments there is a gap. The moments in our flashing reality that we experience as motion and time. That reflects its outpouring as a divine providential nature whose source is the one self. Therefore, the understanding, the thing that the seventh rejects is the outpouring of the providential nature, good heart, good head, intelligence and care, of the first, using its functioning as the paradigm. In the gap between each moments to create each moment is the functioning of the third hypothesis. Providence, therefore, the art. Because providence means intelligence, care. To have an art means to have a model, first and second. Have an understanding, third. Using it to providentially care for your subject. Third hypothesis. Notice, if the seventh rejects the third, it must reject providence. There's no care. We are in a cruel universe. It must reject intelligence. There's no intelligent purpose behind it, no meaning. Meaning rejected as well. So, if we are ruled by seventh hypothesis Abrahamic religions and teachers and politicians and judges and warmongers, capitalists, no providence. Notice, they're not caring for anyone. Cruelty is the point for these idiots. Idiots by ignorant. Because they are rejecting what we have just learned in the third hypothesis. The outpouring of the intelligence or care or intelligence and care or providence of the first and second in each moment. Whereas seventh means let's use every moment to drop bombs, to torture children, to murder people, to enslave the masses, to keep everyone afraid of homelessness and starvation. Seventh hypothesis, ignorance. And Socrates saying he just gave us what it feels like to grow up in that world as we are, and what it feels like within our soul. Sad, meaningless, empty. Your friends suck. There's no alternatives being offered in that world. Until he found a musician, a lovely lady speaking truth, and a streamer streaming about philosophy and Parmenides to learn the dialectic. Not streamer, it was Heraclitus, a speaker, but we can say streamer for now. In a single stroke, he showed that the wall of belief that harbors all those who believe in that shadow of reality, he showed in a single stroke, the wall of belief, comma, that harbors all those who believe. In the shadow of reality, they cling to as if real. We've been talking about that today. The symmetrical nature of this map. The shadow of the second is the fourth. The way we're supposed to hold on to the paradigm in whatever experience we've had, of beauty and truth and justice as our model for dialectical functioning and any functioning, relationships, etc., works of art, stories we write, Mr. Cordo. So too do believers fervently hold on to their shadow, their distorted reflection. I will kill for Jesus. I will kill for Muhammad. I will kill for Abraham. I will kill for Trump. I will kill for Netanyahu. Bull fucking shit. But we can understand it's a reflection of a higher principle. So then we say...
You sick fuck.
Exactly.
Absolutely gooped.
So gooped.
Don't be disgusting.
I'm going to get you. I'm going to find you. I'm going to get you.
Okay. So, a relief came over me when he showed that the dualism so many take as real is empty. So now he's gone from those that are stuck in a wall of belief in the shadow of the second, just as self and mind functions in understanding, so too does belief function in a creating of dualism, a different position, but still a result of a false belief. That is, that we can't know the mind or self. It's all a matter of opinions or beliefs. But it was a relief to find out that that is empty, since neither the one nor all that is can ever touch one another. Indeed, he then put it all that I had seen together in such a way that I could not assume anything else was true. So, we have been learning to understand this model and apply it in our reading and our everyday life and understanding the world that we live in currently. If we get into the Parmenides, we'll be able to do a dialectic full exploration in each one of them, which will leave us walking away with, oh, well, there's nothing else that could possibly be true. He's using these Lego pieces of understanding we've nailed down, and he's using it in all of its possible ways. Wouldn't it be nice to see reality, or see the map of reality is so obvious? Now, he said, what people take as strict dualism isn't real. But then his explanation was, since the one and all that is can never touch each other. Or what we see in the Venn diagram here, the mind is the whole of parts, but the self doesn't touch it. It's not parts. Which is an interesting way of explaining why the fifth isn't real. Not only has he showed it's not real, it seems to reflect analogically, as above so below, but in a different way, metaphorically, or its purpose perhaps isn't literal, but is a message about the self. Therefore, we could take all of these as stages of development, so long as we realize every stage is a reflection and message about the self. As we said, we need to hold on to the truth of reality like people hold on to, like means analogy, belief. The dualism between the physical world and mind and self isn't real, but it's like it because the dualism is between self and mind. One's it's functioning, but it's still independent. Cause and effect. The cause is superior, prior, and independent. Maybe. But at least it is a question. The dualism people take as real as empty, fifth hypothesis, since neither the one, first, and all that is, second, can ever touch each other. What's the first and second got to do with the fifth? The fifth is a belief that you can't have understanding, knowledge yourself. 3, 2, 1, and you can. So there's our puzzle. Why is he showing that? He put it in a way seen together, there's our map, in such a way that I could not assume anything else was true. This he did by way of a demonstration that showed it was necessary, if by its denial it alone could exist. Here's our last stage. Denying any one of these positions, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, you show that it necessarily must exist. We talked about having a conversation with a nihilist that might lead him to the fifth. Or setting the stage for what we are about to do, the denial of the logos, of providence, of meaning, of being able to solve problems. Necessarily, by its denial, it alone could exist. So what Socrates is talking about, him starting from the seventh, having a glimpse of beauty and harmony, second and third through music, leaving his fourth hypothesis believers, seeing that the dualism of the fifth isn't true, so leaving ignorance, developing this glimpse of second and third, by going from musician to the beautiful woman, to the Heraclitus reader, philosopher. Was it philosophy? What was he doing? Heraclitus had said wisdom is one to know the intelligence that steered through all things. Okay, so kind of a philosopher. But then nailing, a glimpse of the third through the harmony of music. A glimpse of the second by reflecting on what is the whole of seeing, hearing, and thinking. A glimpse of the third through Heraclitus that, hey, there is a one beyond that uses that model. So musician, woman, Heraclitus, but then meeting Parmenides, who nails down all three and shows its imitation in fourth and rejection in fifth. And then showing the four other possible worldviews that you can have that exist to show that if you nail these down, as you can do, you show the necessity for its opposite. Meaning, not only, and that also allows Socrates, that's the dialectic, by the way. This is the map of the dialectic. Socrates was then able to do his dream work, which we have said is necessary for this mastery of first, second, and third. But now what we're seeing is, having done this and lived his life according to it, not only could maybe Socrates have the ideal self, the one, state of mind two, functioning three, but we can see how well he can know and function through the self providentially to address this, the greatest false belief we could possibly have, maybe, the seventh hypothesis. Has he mastered the dialectic such that he can help others through a similar block or position he used to have as a kid? And can he show a mastery of the dialectic to show that the denial of the third necessarily shows its... what is it? The denial of the third shows... necessarily that it alone could exist, that only the third hypothesis exists as the activity of mind, not the seventh, sixth, eighth, ninth, or fifth. So there's the standard. Has Socrates mastered his life's work so that he can take someone from a similar position, or has he mastered his life's work so that he can use this map and show the principle that each of these four negatives, if explored correctly, through the dialectic, shows that they can't exist and the thing they're rejecting does exist, which is super important because as we are hypothesizing, the seventh idea of hell or Satan could be the most harmful false belief a human can have, a harmful kind of fourth and fifth ignorance. But not only that, we're seeing the third hypothesis is the best we can have. So this movement from the seventh to show that if you believe in Satan and evil, your own position shows the necessary, singular, it alone existence of the third. Meaning if you think that Satan exists, you are wrong, and you can see that you're wrong, but you will also see that the third hypothesis, the dialectic, the providential communication from self and mind between each gap and each moment, experienceable and masterable through the art of the dialectic that we're doing here, must be true. Them's the stakes of the conversation. So now we're seeing more about why this masterpiece of a text culminates in this dialogue. The most significant kind of midwifery, moving to this most significant state we are to reach as human beings, the third, to see that we must be here to master the dialectic. The dialectic must be how self and mind communicates to us, must be the activity of the gods and God to us. Must be. Because its rejection, Satan and hell, not only is terrible and wrong and causing all the destruction that we see in the world and internally within our soul, but proves somehow that it's wrong and the third is right. That's what Parmenides demonstrated to Socrates. Socrates should have spent his whole life nailing it down, learning it and nurturing it as the meaning of life, mastering the third. And therefore, that's our standard. How well did Socrates do in his life? Can we judge Socrates? If he's up in heaven, he's set himself perhaps the greatest task to move the most ignorant, opposing the third, opposing Logos, to the third, to show the necessity of the third. Someone who's even entrenched in his sickness because he's had a second hypothesis experience that he used to, like we said, the pervy sage, the drunken master. These people who've had an enlightenment experience not only still have their problems, but become super entrenched in them, feel justified in doing them, have all the spiritual force to start a whole cult based on their own ignorance. So, if Jesus is therefore a personification and maybe literal example of the most entrenched in the worst kind of ignorance, is this the highest possible maybe standard of the dialectic? To show that it's not true, and the good thing, the Logos, the thing that Jesus has even rejected, is necessarily true. Help someone most blocked and most sick discover the true meaning of life. There's our standard. That might be why the book finishes in this way, and allowing us to judge whether Socrates has completed his work on Earth or not. Pretty neat. Oh, and because somebody's written a book about it, we can make it our own. We can learn this, and we can spend our lives making this a standard for ourselves. Pretty cool. Worth solving all human problems by addressing the main one and seeing the principle of how to solve any version of it, even though we're tackling seem to be the big daddy, Satan himself, the evil one himself. Pretty fucking amazing, right?
Everything this guy does is perfect and beautiful. And he's handsome. I said it.
That's good that you say it. Sometimes I forget to say that I'm handsome. I like that you say it.
I have a sickness for the thickness.
Because some people have a sickness for the thickness.
I'm too pure.
Except for Emma, because she's too poor.
Do a poggers.
I have a sickness for the thickness.
That's right.
Oh, very handsome and or pretty.
And we are repeating ourselves, but also true. Says the soundboard. And who am I to disagree with the oracle?
No, you're not the one that's mentally unwell. You're brave. You are crossing into new boundaries.
See, I'm brave. Crossing into new boundaries. Exciting stuff. Worth doing. Got some puzzles. Will I see you next time? Holy crap. Hope to see you then. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. This one, bye.